Oh, okay. Chantel is there.
Hi guys, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Guys, when you come in, please remember to thumbs up the live, share us out, and if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. So, welcome to Mystic Sensation Live with your host, Anne Marie and Byron. And tonight, the topic is political and systematic corruption. So, let me quickly welcome those in the chat. I see Yvonne was here earlier saying good evening to you both and each one in Jesus' name. Amen. Good evening, Yvonne. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Truck Life, as usual.
All right.
Happy Friday. Thank you so much for your continued support. Sorry, really appreciate each and every one. And he's saying, thank God it's Friday. And also, Juba Bruce, welcome. Juba Bruce Love TV, welcome. Saying thumbs up and hello. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Delroy, happy Saturday to you over there in the
All
UK.
right.
Thank you so much. Saying Saturday blessings to you and your family and audiences home and abroad. Keep up the good work. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your endorsement. Marcia, welcome. Saying hi to everyone. Patricia, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you to each and every one. Let me just play.
Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life, roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
All right.
Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life, roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
Good night. Hit it again. One more
One
time.
more.
Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life, roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Good morning.
Okay.
All right. So again, welcome each and every one. Welcome straight up. Happy Friday, Elga. Welcome. Happy Friday, RJ. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Without any delay, I am going. Oh, we have two guests in house tonight. We have Chantel within the couch over there, and of course, those of you who know Mo from mixing with the Moffat. They're here
All
with us
right.
tonight.
Yo, wow.
So, live and living colors.
Yo, now Bomb Rush again.
All right. All right. All right.
Big up for the self, yo, mixing over to the building.
All right.
Roll call, roll.
Well done.
Guys, welcome, Chris. Happy Friday. So, without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Byron.
Okay. Once again, I want to say big thanks to all my subscribers. During the course of this week, I managed to have a good conversation with few of my subscribers who called me and have dialogue, and that was feel so comforting. right? So I think maybe those persons are, have been tuned in. And I want to say, feel free anytime that, of course, you can call me, you can talk to me, message me, or anything. And I feel really comfortable with that in terms of persons want answer, right? We are all brothers and sisters, and of course, we have to make sure we are talking about nation building. Now, having said that, we have seen where the Prime Minister testing the waters, and the Prime Minister had done a town hall meeting as it relates to housing and development, right? And so then I think that, subjectively, let me say this, right, that the Prime Minister actually anticipated, right, a more, stronger sure up than what he had gotten. But obviously, he tested the climate and realized that, it's not so friendly for him. And merely so as a result of poor governance. And so then, without any further ado, I'm going to play the clip. And then, of course, I am going to dissect it, right? And make some assessment as it relates to that situation, right? We say nation building, and the Prime Minister did not deliver on that town hall meeting. And of course, we are going to explain that, right? Because you have a system. And I want to say, before I even go any further, as it relates to Dr. John Lennon, thing here.
It's bauxite. It's bauxite.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just.
So you can.
Bauxite petition.
Yes. Dr. John Lennon bauxite petition. I want people to really support it, right? Because he's pushing renewable energy, and of course, that is one of the ways in which we are going to alleviate poverty. So we want strength and energy as it relates to that situation. So without any further ado.
Sorry, I'll pin the link shortly.
Right.
It's embedded in the description already, but I'll pin
Yes.
it in the chat as we go along.
Because we want that to be supported, right? We want the bauxite petition to be supported. And of course, we have Dr. John Lennon speaking about renewable energy, right? That is definitely the way to go to alleviate us from poverty. I'm not going to speak in depth where that is concerned. Without any further ado, I'm going to play the clip as it relates to question and answer portion of the town hall, and then we dissect it, right? And we will discuss, right, that issue. So without any further ado, honey, let us play the town hall meeting here with the Prime Minister.
Okay. Again, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining in. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. Let me just share the screen here.
Cheers from a distance.
Cheers.
Okay.
Chris Williams from Granville, St. James. Question is, if you're buying a new house, NHT finance it 100%. But if you're buying second house, you have to come up with a some amount of money, which a lot of time we don't have. Because, like for instance, if it's 10 million for the house, you have to pay like I think 5%.
Very valid question.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I mean, your question, if I may interpret it for you,
Yeah.
is why is it that NHD homes which are newly constructed can get a benefit of a full mortgage, whereas houses that are purchased on the open market, second owner owned homes may not necessarily benefit. So I'm going to ask the managing director of the NHD to respond to you. But you have raised a policy issue about equity in the policy.
Okay. So, Prime Minister. Yes, so, Prime Minister, the NHD scheme units, we give you 100% financing up to a maximum of $15 million. What we have done in recent time is to introduce a tier system. And by that, what I mean, there are times when we will provide you up to 15 million at the NHD rate, and then above that at the commercial rate. But the general rule is that we cap the expenditure as it relates to how much you spend on a unit.
So Martin, let me try and explain, because it's a very important question. So NHD houses that are financed or built by the NHD, you're saying they will get 100% mortgage, providing that the house is $15 million.
Correct.
So it's not all houses that the NHD finances or built gets that.
Next question. Can we go on?
No, well, let him just finish his.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a lot of people
Yes.
can't afford the 5% that they're supposed to pay to get the house. So we would like it to be 100% finance as long as we're paying our NHT. I think that is just fair.
So I would say to you that what you have asked is not an unreasonable request. Bear in mind, however, that it is important that people who are seeking to own their own homes at least make a commitment in equity to the home. So you should start to save to put down on the house. So that shouldn't be dismissed. The second thing I would say to you is, as the Minister of Housing, I recognize that there is a cohort in our society, young persons like yourself, who you've gotten a job, you have a steady stream of income, but you have not yet built up savings. You don't want to rent, and you want to acquire your home. So what the government has done is to shift the NHD's almost its entire housing portfolio into what we call affordable housing. And I don't want to say, Martin, what is the band of affordable housing? Anything from 10 to 15?
PM, we're trying to keep it within the region of 13 million.
Average. By the way, just to say that we started out at 8 as affordable, but after the pandemic and inflation, we are at 13 as the target affordable housing. So I agree with you, sir. The strategy of the government is to keep the housing units and price at an affordable range so that persons like yourself would be able to benefit. The tier or the cap at 15 is something that we may have to reconsider so that houses that are slightly higher than that could benefit. So your point is well taken, and the policy consideration will be taken on.
All right, so we'll go on this side now. So the person who has the microphone this side, on that side with the mic, please go ahead. Yes. Can you get a microphone, please? All right, hold on. We'll get to a rest here. Whole heap of hands, you know. Let me come to him with a microphone. All right. All right.
Most honorable Mr. Prime Minister, big up. My name come for ask you nothing, me come for big you up. Beside Bun Bartlett and Mr. Chang, big up yourself. You got in my yard.
All right. All right. Those with the roving microphone, I have one down the back here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so someone down the back here. So we're trying to spread it across the room to ensure that we get as many questions as possible. Ma'am with the microphone.
Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, and to allness. My name is Delphina Campbell. I'm from Cambridge, and I'm a worker of the solid waste management. And I'm talking on behalf of all sweeper and sideman, everyone in the solid waste. Well, from March, we are working so hard. I'm there for 6 years, and many of them are longer than me. So what I'm asking you, sir, is supposed to go on staff. And until now, we haven't get any answer. What we still getting back contract. So I like to know what is going on with us, sir.
Thank you for that question. I'm almost certain that I heard Minister Clark in Parliament make some commitment on that. But we have a Minister of Local Government here who was just waiting for such a question to get up and speak.
Thank you, Prime Minister. In response to your question, all the entities within the Ministry of Local Government, in terms of staffing, is presently under review with the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Local Government has a substantial amount of contract workers, and we are regularizing all contract workers. So the discussions in terms of the compensation, everybody will be taken care of.
Right. So just to reinforce that point, it was announced in Parliament that the temporary and contract workers will be made permanent. Yeah.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Very important. The temporary workers will be made permanent. I have two senior citizens who really, Prime Minister, they've been here from about 4, just for you. So, sir, remember we talk about keeping it brief. Your time.
Okay. Good night, Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to be here to talk to you because this is a question that I've been broaching with the local community. My name is Trevor Lewis, and I'm from Westmoreland. My problem is not really anything apart from a complaint with regards to Westmoreland Municipal Corporation. Last century, I applied for the purchase of a property that my family have been living on now for nearly 100 years. It took nearly 11 years for the municipal corporation to come up with a sales agreement in 2007. I paid the full sum in 2007, and I'm still waiting for a land title. I have been to the parish council, I've been to the mayor, the CEO, I have written to the minister's permanent secretary's office. I have phoned the office several times. They've put me into different moods. I have written to your Auditor General on the matter of low performance. You mentioned it today, right? Lack of performance. And I'm still not given an answer as to why it's taking so long for this to happen.
My friend, once you have brought the question to me, I have to address it. And I'm giving you my commitment that it will be addressed. I don't know all the circumstances, just what you have said, but I'm certainly going to investigate it. So we are going to ask the Minister of Local Government to take someone from my office will take your details. And I'm going to ask the NLA, who is here, to look into the matter to see if you have any jurisdiction. It's a titling matter, so obviously the NLA will have some jurisdiction, but we'll get it addressed.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for that. Because yes, for those who have issues, we have several support persons who will be able to take your information so that we can ensure that we get the outcomes you need. I know lots of questions are here. I did say 10 minutes. We're going to squeeze some more. All right, Prime Minister? Ministers, yes, ma'am, your time.
Okay, good night. My name is Desna Lightbody. I am from a quiet community in Melbourne on Crichton Night. We have been living there for over 50 years, and just the same question with this gentleman asked. Okay, they've asked us to do up our letters to tell. No, we are so and sorry, we have done so 3 times, and it came back where they said there was a mistake in regards to the pricing. It was sent back for repricing, and this is like maybe over 20 years. I have called the National Land Agent. They said it's not their office. I've called Kingston.
Sorry, could you tell me which entity you are buying the land from? It's a government entity?
It's a capture land, and everybody have gotten their title, and we are still battling for ours just the same. That's in Crichton, where Melbourne Avenue on South Spring Road. I'm living on Crichton Heights. Yes.
Okay, so I'm wondering if the HAJ would have anything to do with that. So it will be Ministry of Housing.
I've gone down there. We have spoken to what's her name? I don't remember. She has retired.
All right.
now.
Well, we'll take your details. I saw if it's not the NLA, I doubt that. It's not a HAJ development, so it's Ministry of Housing.
Ministry of Housing. Yes.
So we'll take a look at that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, there's a lady who is walking around. There's a little red in her hair that's also taking your information. Let's take a question from the back. There's one at the back. I want to make sure that we have a good spread. So I know I've seen hands, but I want to take as many as possible. There's a young lady with a microphone. Yes, go ahead, please. I'm coming on that side next. Go ahead with the question, please.
Good night to our Prime Minister. Good night to the other gentlemen. It's a question pertaining to NHT. I've applied for one of the houses in Estuary when they started, and NHT turned me down. They say I didn't have enough points.
I don't think they turned you down. I think you weren't the appropriate term. You didn't meet the scoring. Yes.
Well, they said it not enough points. So at the time I needed 118 points. Now they called me back. It was, I think, in last year, and they told me that there's a house there and all of that, and I get all my documents, and they still said I don't meet the requirements. So I want to know, for the estuary at the time, what would be the correct requirement, or what is the requirement to get an NHT house?
Martin, I think you might want to explain the point system and the selection process.
All right.
Keep it.
Okay. It's not working. Yes. You hear me?
You can use this one, Martin. All right, great.
Okay. So points are awarded for a number of factors. One, based on your income. The lower your income, more points you receive. Points are also awarded based on the number of years you are contributing. Now, the longer you're contributing, the more points you receive. Estuary was one of those developments that we received close to 14,000 applications for, at that point, I believe we had advertised about 1,200 solutions. The fact that someone called you and asked you to bring in some documents, if you are able to go to the Montego Bay branch office, and I suspect there's a rep from Mobay here, and provide the information, we will be more than happy to look into your specific case and to be able to address your matter.
Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you so much to everybody here. We are at 5 minutes to 9 o'clock. The day is well spent. And let me thank also those who are streaming online. We have a lot of questions from our online people. Let's take a question on this left side. There's a microphone there. If you could just give someone the microphone. Yeah, there are several hands, so don't worry about it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come to you. So let's get it again, make it as brief as possible. We're going to take some questions as well from online. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Greetings to you all. How can my name is Cavell Dua from Rose Heights. Can I? How can a self-employed person be eligible to benefit from
Big up yourself, girl.
or HAJ land or housing solution?
Martin, you may want to tell Cavell, that's your name, about the various programs that we have at the NHT. And then I will say a few words about the social housing, and then I'll ask HAJ to respond.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. So self-employed persons, just like any Jamaican who earn an income, you are expected to pay your contribution on your income. Now, depending on the number of years that you have been contributing, that again will decide where it places you in the queue as it relates to you applying for schemes. One of the things that we must understand is that scheme is just but one benefit that the National Housing Trust offer. You have a build and own land. You can always go and identify a piece of land on the open market and purchase that. We have introduced what we refer to as a microfinancing, which is a facility to help you to purchase land at a very, very low interest rate. Go to any one of your credit union and ask about it. The beauty about this program, you don't even need to be a contributor when you approach the credit union. But having approached the credit union and access the funds, we expect you at that point to start contributing to NHT. The credit union will pass the information to NHT, and one of our officers will then track you and encourage you to move from land to a complete unit.
Thank you, Martin. You know what I love about Montegonians and to the people on social media? They're asking some very important questions. There was one Prime Minister and ministers concerning self-employed persons and home ownership. I believe we covered that already. Let's take a question here. I'm going over there. It's now 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Montego Bay. Oh, no, nice, you know. We're going to take 5 more minutes in terms of question and answers. And there are people here who can take your issues and we'll deal with them after. All right, so let's do 5 more minutes. The person on this side, and then I'll go over here to get a question answered. Well, that, all right, let's go here.
Good night, my Prime Minister, Mr. Honorable Andrew Holness, Mr. Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, and the Honorable Edward Barkley. My name is Milton Campbell. I'm an author. I'm from Glendavan, Endon. Sir, I want to ask you, my Prime Minister, it's pertaining to housing. In 2015, there was an amendment, subsection Article 3. There are some form of crime that is unspungible. But I'm saying this, sir. If a person who commit unexpungement, correction, thank you. There's unexpungement. But if a person commit a crime that is unexpungement, how can that person get a job that can earn enough money that he or she would be able to purchase a house? And I think that every Jamaican need the opportunity to have a house.
I understand your question. It's a difficult question to answer, so I'm going to pass it on to Minister Malahoo Ford, the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Reform.
Prime Minister, it's a tough question. We know that there are many people who have run afoul of the law and over time have turned around their lives. And we also know that we're suffering from a serious crime problem in the country. And employers want to know the history of the people they are employing. But for anyone who has committed an offense that it is not on the list for expungement and you have really turned your life around, I would suggest that you apply for a pardon through the Office of the Governor General.
Thank you so much, Minister. Well done. Let's
So
go here. I've seen several hands.
But just before, I don't want it to leave you without hope. There is the route, as pointed out by Minister Malahoo Ford. But the Minister of National Security is also here, and he may wish to say what our considerations are in relation to this matter of expungements.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We are at 1 minute past 9. So we have four
very
more
quickly to the gentleman who spoke, Milton, there were some changes in the law in 2014 which affect a number of individuals with literally minor prosecution and conviction in areas which are considered sensitive. The law was changed to prevent expungement. In fact, I see the minister speaking to Senator Sinclair, was brought a number to my attention. We can look at changing, reversing those activities. As I said, they've been brought to my attention, and I have a number of people genuinely in need of expungement. I know the time is short, but there's a very successful young lady, a teacher, who at 11, I've seen 11 now, but as a teenager, she was caught in the mute business. She was taking a package of cocaine, and not cocaine, ganja. But when the law was changed, she cannot get expungement. She now returned to Jamaica. She paid her fine, and she's now a successful professional. And we'll have to look at changing that aspect. But not all of them. There are some that will remain unexpungible.
Thank you so much.
So then the short answer is, it is something that the government is amenable to looking at in a positive way.
Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what conversations do, It helps us to understand where the needs are, where your thoughts are, so that we can make meaningful changes to improve your lives. Let's talk to this lady here. Again, we will make a hard stop at 9:05, but there are several resource persons here. Just let us know. I'm one. I'll write down your information and we'll get you the necessary assistance you need.
Good night, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm Tanya Burke, and I'm from Harbor Street Craft Market. This question is about tourism for everybody. What are you doing for the lower class people in tourism? Because we're not getting any benefits out of tourism. This is all about for the Indians. And tourism was made from my mother time, come straight up to now. But we're not benefiting in no sort of way. The only thing we're getting is promises. Only promises. The last time Mr. Ed Bartlett came to the market, I think it's a couple of months ago, and he said they're going to try to do what they can do, and it's getting worse and worse and worse, and this is not working out for us. No business, zero business.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Edmund Bartlett.
I think, yeah, okay. So I think it's, perhaps I know what she means, that she's not getting enough business.
What's that? On this category.
I
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're saying. And in all fairness, all I can say to you is that I personally will have the TPD team come to see that situation tomorrow. Because to say no business at all, in all fairness, is a little difficult one. If you say you're not getting enough business, I understand. And that I would easily and readily admit to, because that is perhaps true. But no business at all, and you're still there for all these years?
Okay, guys, it's gonna cut it here.
Thank you, Minister. So, ladies and gentlemen, so hold on.
Okay. All right. The reason for me to play that clip is for persons to really absorb what being said there as it relates to, the Prime Minister theme, housing and land, building a better Jamaica. Now, the Prime Minister had gotten an opportunity, right, for Jamaican people to give him a second term in office. And based on what I have seen there, it's a callous failure. And I'm going to explain, right, subjectively, why it's a callous failure. Now, one of the things that hurt me is the NHT contributors. And when we look on the masses of NHT contributors, I want to break it in two categories. Salaried contributors and paid persons who are getting paid. Because there's a difference between persons receiving a pay and persons receiving a salary. And when you look on the voting bloc of Jamaica, right? That majority come from most of the persons who are getting a pay. And so when we talk about pay, we are talking about line staff and all those staff. Salaried worker, we're talking about supervisors and managers, right? Probably tertiary level education. But the voting bloc, right, goes into the heart of those who are getting paid. And the thing about that, right, they pay the most contribution into NHT. The majority of the working class, as it relates to persons getting a pay, not salary, right? Those are the majority of persons who continue to vote a particular party in power and have been contributed to the National Housing Trust for over 20 years, 25 years, and not being benefited. Not being benefited. When you look on the tiers as it relates to NHT and certain requirements as it relates to point system, and I want to speak right now because my heart is burning me. We look on when the NHT used to be at $5 million, right? Where, poor people could buy into that. But over the years, policies have been shifted, right? And so then we see that level step to $8 million, right? So pre-COVID, where someone could get an NHT home for $8 million. I want people to listen to me. Now, post-COVID, we have seen that it has been shifted from 8 million to 13 million and capped, as according to what we have heard, at $15 million. My question, how many of these persons who are paying into NHT, how many of these contributors can really sustain a $13 million loan? How many? Many of those, 90% of those, will not up to standard as it relates to the requirement. So let us face the fact. 90% of those people who are paying into NHT as it relates to persons, we're talking about pay grade, will not be able, right, to get an NHT home. Because they will not, as it relates to their pay, and this is one of the reasons why it's very important, right, where the country need to look at manufacturing jobs, high quality jobs. Because at current, it seems like this government want to turn Jamaica into a service industry. Right? And you tell me, persons who are in tourism, right, another service industry, what they pay look like. They just cannot afford an NHT home. Here we have the Prime Minister, right, looking a second term, and honestly cannot and will not help these people, because the persons now who can afford NHT home are the elites of society, right? Politicians and their friends. Now you have where the director explained the various contributions as it relates to build and own land. That is a particular problem. So we are going to discuss it. How many poor people who live on land for how many years? 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. And want to register those lands. But this government and its policy, the bureaucracy, right, render them not. People have been trying to register land and cannot register their lands, so that they could get an NHT loan if they have good jobs, good livable income. So this is the argument now. Livable income. Livable income. This government, in the execution of its policy, we have seen many teachers, the middle class, being deteriorated. Many teachers being resigning and leaving the country. The middle class have been eroded. And so then, when you keep a town hall meeting and talking about housing and land and building a better Jamaica, I am asking the Prime Minister, who are you building a better Jamaica for? Because face the fact, one of the fundamental of nation building and happiness in any human is to know that he owns a land and he can build a house, and having a house is a fundamental principle for every human being. But the government policy, right, is rendering them not to do so. So let us dig into the Prime Minister's theme for the town hall. Housing and land, building a better Jamaica. Let us get into it and dig into it. Now, the question that I'm asking, and where now NHT, right, reach a category as it relates to their homes at a cost of $13 million. Let us go back to basic of the fundamental reason why NHT was founded, right? Now, who crafted that plan because of the vision that he has, or he had then? Who crafted that plan? Michael Manley from the People's National Party crafted the NHT program. What was the fundamental reason for that plan to be crafted? We are going to see, oh, that ideology surrounding the NHT has been shifted from the poor people, because Michael Manley recognized that to build a generation, a single human being need a shelter over his head. And so then when we talk about democratic socialism, we are talking about nation building. And so then I am going to take persons through a journey with me, right? Now, let us look. Curiosity Kid said the Prime Minister doesn't seem to know the meaning of affordable, right? In back of the class. Exactly. Now, it is unfair to the many contributors, and most of the contributors of NHT who are contributing for years, not being benefited. Not being benefited. And so then that is a fundamental problem. A majority of those persons who have not been benefited, if the Prime Minister did have that art in terms of political strategy, you'd have understood that majority of these people, right, is the strongest voting bloc that put a government in power. Maxine Smith, where in God's name poor people can pay the money back? Exactly, Maxine. That's my point. Losing the fundamental principle of why Michael Manley built it. And so then you are now telling the people then that, okay, it's okay for you to contribute, right, through over 20 years, 25 years, but you don't equate to a point system, and so then you are not qualified. And as a result, right, these people are not going to be benefited. So then, let me ask this question, right? And we are going to go back to the fundamental principle to make Andrew Holness understand why the NHT was created by Michael Manley, who was the leader of the People's National Party under the philosophy of democratic socialism. So we are going to show Andrew Holness why the NHT was created. So, you know, when it comes to mystic sensation, we talk about evidence, right? And we bring the data, right? Provide the data for you to read. So we are going to look on the fundamental reason why the NHT was created. Without any further ado, NHT. Lena. Manley must be turning in his grave.
Okay, again, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you guys so much for joining in. Really appreciate everyone. Let me just.
All right, we are looking for the information. Okay. So I'm going to read for you. Right? Manley must be turning in his grave over NHT raid. The editor, madam. The National Housing Trust, in bracket NHT, was set up in Jamaica in 1974 by former Prime Minister Michael Manley as a contributory housing trust fund. Contributors at some time are able to borrow from the fund at low interest rate. Let me repeat that. At low interest rate. Not in comparison to now, as it relates to the 13 million and cap 15 million that they are talking about, right? Taking the opportunity from poor people, right? Contributors at some time are able to borrow from the fund at low interest rate to provide a home for themselves. Over the years, a good idea has fallen short. Those no longer incomes were deemed too poor to qualify for a mortgage despite having been contributors for years. The very same thing that I'm talking about. Just listen what this document is saying. The problem was a lack of commitment and imagination by middle-class management to find a way, driven by their sense of underserving poor. But in 2013, something else happened. As a part of International Monetary Fund deal, the People's National Party-led government at that time agreed to steal Jamaican 11.4 billion each year from what was supposed to be protected, the trust fund. The NHT, after the event, legislation was passed in Parliament to legitimize what still remains immoral. Let us read on. So here we are 7 years later with the NHT already missing 80 billion of its funds that should be funding not only housing, but also providing jobs and self-respect and reducing the crime, right, emanating from an effective societal alienation of so many. I have long been suggesting that families without an adequate home be given with caveats, 2 squares of the people land, aka Crown lands, and 500,000 with wish to build a starter home, and then move on with 1 square of the land to be used as a backyard farm. $80 billion could have helped 160,000 families in this way. That's about 500,000 citizens whose forebears gave their lives to win their freedom and a right to a piece of land. Okay, so if the land provided needs to be serviced with basic amenities, that number might realistically be 300,000. Michael Manley must be turning in his grave again, as he surely did when the PNP first raided the trust fund in 2013. I helped organize a demonstration outside the NHT in Kingston at the time. Despite the PNP being compromised on this issue, I shall be very disappointed if the current PNP leader, Mark Golding, cannot mount an effective, even if symbolic, opposition to this travesty perpetrated by the government. For those who would ask me where the money for COVID, etc., is to come from, otherwise, I would point them to the fiscal monetary insights of modern monetary theory. If 57 billion can be injected into the economy from dormant funds that should never have been dormant without triggering inflation, then the Bank of Jamaica creating 57 billion at the stroke of a keyboard can be done instead without the need of borrowing more debt. MMT has received serious consideration by many governments since 2018 crash. But of course, bankers and investors would lose out and thus do their best to sabotage any such move. That's where the spirit of Michael Manley is needed again, with a second new international economic order, right, and reinvigorated G77. All right, take it away. Let me explain something here. So then, as it relates to what the document said, and where, right, the People's National Party, right, utilizing the funds, right, to do other projects. It was heavily criticized. People, I want you to listen to me because I want to be, as I said, defending Jamaican people. Defending Jamaican people. And so then, the PNP entrusted in the fund and utilized it in terms of other programs. They were heavily criticized by the Jamaica Labour Party, right, to go into the National Housing Trust funds and use it for other purposes. Hold on, we are coming up. So then, we think that Andrew Holness coming forward, right, to do something better. Andrew Holness-led government also, right, double down within that process. I want people to listen to me. And I'm going to tell people tonight, as it relates to the seriousness of what Andrew Holness' government had done. Now, the fund also used, as it relates to Andrew Holness-led government, in the very same way how the People's National Party had used the funds that he once criticized. I have the evidence. But Andrew Holness-led government went further than that. Corruption in the highest level. People, I want you to understand. What I want to ask Andrew Holness is, who authorized? Because for the people who have contributed to NHT funds over the many years and can be benefited, but yet authorization was given for NHT funds to be taken out and put into SSL. People, let me take off my glasses. Have you heard what I just said? It did not put into any program. What PNP had done, right, was trying, good economic strategy to take some money from here and put in other projects, you understand, to help out other areas. So I want people to get what I'm saying. I don't want people to mislead what I'm saying or misconstrue what I'm saying. Now, we have seen, and I'm asking, that millions of dollars were taken from the NHT. Now, they can't help our poor people, people who are contributing into the funds, right? They can't help them, but they can dip into the funds and take out millions of dollars and put in SSL, a Ponzi scheme that they have known, a Ponzi scheme that FSC knew about and have not stopped them. So then let me ask, who have the NHT money in their pockets? Who have the investors, other investors who invested into SSL money in their pockets? And so then when we look and we see people putting on town hall meeting, and want for people, for the country to give them a second chance, their actions, of course, are the actions why the NHT today cannot help many of the contributors who had contributed into NHT. But NHT funds can be used, can be manipulated and put in your pockets. Now I'm going to go deeper than that tonight. The question asks to Edmund Bartlett as it relates to tourism. And as the lady stated, which we all heard, that they are not getting none of the tourists. Remember, it is last week that I spoke on it. And John Lennon, who was here, admitted that he's within the Montego Bay area. And he has not seen any tourists going in that area. And he wondered how those people survive. So when we talk about neocolonialism at its best, and we see how, right, the tourism only filter and sharing for the elites, right? And the poor people should just drift it away in the wind. And so this is the corruption that is taking place. So then for the inland store where the Indians are concerned, so when a tour ship comes in, and Edmund Bartlett, right, you should know this, you know the corruption, right? And knowing that the strongest voting bloc that support both party for years, you deny them. You sell them out for 30 pieces of silver. Because you know very well, right, that the primary problem that is within tourism is the all-inclusive policy that the tourism is bearing. The all-inclusive policy. So then the hotels, of course, utilizing all-inclusive. So the hotel, the visitors travel, right? And most of them stay in the confines of the hotel. Because that's where they need to spend all the money. The money doesn't need to get out of the hotel and goes to the poor people, right, who are selling the craft. And I hate to the fact that Edmund Bartlett is telling them, okay, it is the type of product that they are carrying. Edmund Bartlett, you are a damn liar. You know very well what is going on. So when the persons who, like the Indians who own the inbound store, what they do, the Juta or the Jackal who are picking up the tourists from the cruise ship, they have been paid, right, per head to take them to the Indian shops. averting from going to the local craft market. So Edmund Bartlett, you need to deal with the problem. But you're not going to deal with the problem. And this is the corruption in this government. Because Edmund Bartlett, you know the problem, that the problem exists to the fact that the local craft market people are not getting any of the tourism blessing. Tourism is not benefiting Jamaica. Not benefiting Jamaica. So the issue, the real issue that we have in Jamaica, right, is the issue of production, manufacturing. Manufacturing. Right? Because the service industry now work out for the poor people. Right? And Edmund Bartlett sits there and acts as if he doesn't know the problem. Edmund Bartlett knew it all along, that those people are not being benefited. Edmund Bartlett, let me put you to task. Can you break the all-inclusive ban? No. No. Because these like the Bush Stewarts and all those people, them back your political campaign. Now, let us switch and show you the unfairness. In other Caribbean countries, like Cayman, Bermuda, Barbados, how many all-inclusive that exist there, where the common people are not going to be benefited from the tourism? That now will happen in a Cayman. It's not happening in Barbados. Why Jamaica? Why Jamaica? Right? Why Jamaica? So at the end of the day, can you break the back of all-inclusive? Right? Liberalize the market. So when the tourists come, they can spread out. They can go into Montego Bay, right? They can visit the local craft shop, right? And they can buy from the local people, which now extended the blessings to them. But you don't do that, right? As a matter of fact, most of the hotels propagandize that outside is not safe for them to go, telling the guests not to visit those places and have them confined for the mighty dollar. Telling out our people. The hotels are now selling the craft. And when you sit there and talking about the local are selling t-shirt like whatever country t-shirt and the tourists want Jamaican quality, you know that's a blasted lie that you're telling. If you go down in the local craft shop, you see the people that must sell t-shirt with Bob Marley upon it. You see the people that must sell t-shirt with Dunn's River upon it. You see the people that must sell t-shirt, you understand, with Jamaica, presenting Jamaica upon it. So why you tell the lie? Why you tell the lie? Eh? And so then the issue now in terms of when people are talking about the NHT, also, that they are contributing for years and can't get the benefit because the Jamaica Labour Party government making sure that their policies, these people, what sort of money, what sort of money that they are getting, what sort of jobs are here, what sort of jobs, so it goes to the issue of job creation. It goes to the issue, Andrew Holness, of job creation. How many good jobs that you are creating in Jamaica? Show us. But you're happy to talk about the unemployment rate gone to 4.5 and you skin your teeth and you talk about never, it has never happened. It has never happened before. How many real jobs the people have livable income so that they can qualify for NHT homes? How many of them jobs? Please come out and tell the people what are you doing to create those jobs that offer livable income. So then guess what? Let me say something to you, Prime Minister. Your town hall meeting did not make it for us. It's a callous failure. You understand? You did not give the people any reason, right, to put you back in office. And so then, we are asking you to call the election very quick, right? Which I presume you're not going to do because you have gathered the sense that the people have lost their trust in you, right? NHT homes, for the many contributors who voted for a political party in power, many of these people are not getting the benefit. It's cruelty, right? And as my friend that is PR stunt, right? And so Maureen Vassie said, Byron, don't kill me with Andrew talk. Well, and that is it, right? And so then, right, let me tell you something, Mr. Holness. You did not, right, tell yourself as it relates to for us to give you a second term. And Jamaica, I want to tell you now, we are the real boss because now is the time coming now for us, whether or not we are going to dismiss him out of office or we're going to keep him out of office. And as it relates to my vote, I am dismissing him out of the office. All right, how do you vote on him?
Bye.
How do you vote behind him? Okay. 3 buys. 3 buys. Right? Now, my people, so then I want to go to the next topic. And this is where, because we don't even start the program yet, you know, we just get eaten. Trust me. We don't start the program. We just going to start the program now. You understand? I just pick up that to the fact that, okay, he had the town hall meeting there. I'm going to answer him. You understand me, I deal with? Set him upon him right path. Now, we are going to start the program now, people.
Okay, before you start. Guys, I'm just dropping the link to the Bauxite petition in the chat. I've been doing it for a few minutes now. So those who have not supported the petition, you can click the link and sign to it.
And as my wife said that as it relates to the link, just imagine now, as it relates to what Dr. John Lennon said, if a government, right, did focus as it relates to renewable energy, you know how many people can be employed from that? You know how many people can be employed from that? And energy, winning that energy dependency, right, and go renewable energy. This is what we want the country to focus on. This is what we want the country to focus on. Because this renewable energy can alleviate us from poverty. Right? Uriel, I was listening his speech last night and still trying to figure out what he was saying. right? Jamaican Carlos, blaze the fire family, blessing Carlos, blessing my boss. All right, people, as I said, you don't know, right? Not only my channel blazing the fire, my brother Carlos, you understand? Brave, because I mean a blue flames we blazing. You understand? Blue flames. So the fire really hot. You understand? We go into the intricacies. You understand? And deliver the evidence. Right? So we are talking about deliverance now for the people. We are talking about nation building for the people. You understand? It is unfair, let me say it before I dismiss this topic. It is unfair for the masses of NHT contributors to have been paying NHT contribution for years just to be told that as a result of the point system, they are not qualified and they are the backbone of the NHT program. Now, they are paying into NHT, right, and not getting the benefit. However, we have seen millions of dollars from the NHT had been removed from the NHT and gone into SSL. Now, whose pocket NHT money is in? Right? Millions of dollars taken from NHT, put into SSL. And we know what happened to SSL. Right? And we realize that now, you cross carry is not being questioned. You cross carry is not being questioned. But let me step into the program some more. Okay. So we are going to take number one from the program. We are getting to answer Mr. Robert Montague. We want to speak to Mr. Robert Montague. Without any further ado, play Mr. Robert Montague.
Again, happy Friday, guys. Welcome, welcome.
You know, I feel the fire.
I just know it like John and doing no shot. So labor rights. Come Saturday, the other people them have something. As of tonight, I don't want no labor right talk about for them business. Left them and for them business alone. We have our business. We have a country to run. And it don't matter which one of the 6-ton vice president, the whole of them are Andrew Preke, same way. Some miss with them can't tell ya. From them can't speak no truth, say them can't tell ya. From them might still little youth, say them can't. And let me tell you, I was a little worried when they was talking about they was going to change the man up at the top. But as long as the man with them have up at the top, stay up at the top, him is the Labour Party secret weapon. Nothing no wolf if right, let them try. So Jesus tried them with life, we have a problem, talk direct to me. So Labour right, left for them business, left PNP business alone. We not business enough for them business because we have a country to run. Them a hide the truth because it's them to the poll. Them are not like them top man because the polls say Bunting and Paul well more popular than him. And it's a Bunting is more popular. And what I conclude is that if you name Peter and you are PNP, you are Andrew Preke. What me say, Labour right? If you name Peter and you are PNP, you're Andrew Preke. You know what is a Preke? You know who is a Preke? A beaten tick. So if you name Peter and you're PNP, you're Andrew Preke. Who are Preke? Beaten tick. What me say? If you name Peter and you're PNP, you're Andrew Preke. What me say? If you name Peter and you're Preke.
All right. You know some Mystic Sensation going to talk after that. I have listened him. And I have not heard one policy mentioned to move the nation forward. Right? Not one thing positive. Let me hear what Ganja Mena said. My Golden, you will have to lock up these criminals. Remember me tell you, Ganja, them of the country to run down. Yes. No. All right. No. No. Robert Montague. Right? I am going to use you as an example of the Jamaica Labour Party and what you stand for. Because Robert Montague, you're very active in it. We heard what you said. Right? So then, when you have a Robert Montague, right, who have mixed up in all sorts of allegations, and as corrupted as he is, the Jamaica Labour Party hug him up. But there's a reason why they hug him up. Right? Now, and let me speak something. When it comes to Andrew Holness's government is trying not to put a case within the judiciary process, mean goes into court. And so then, of course, you extend a DPP time to ensure that the investigation closed down and it may not venture into the court. Robert Montague, while you're there talking, it's going to show you the type of government that you have. I am going to play the next clip and let people understand who is really Robert Montague based on that accusation. And the party hugged you in spite of that accusation. If this was a first world country, you'd have to step aside. But to the fact that the party hugged you tells you also about the leader, right? Who, as it relates to series of allegations, corrupted to the core. So without any further ado, let me remind you, Robert Montague, what you need to worry about, right? And which this government seems to be fighting for it not to be in the judiciary. So let me expose you since you fly up the wings. Now, without any further ado, let Jamaica read, right, your accusation. Now, this is it. We have seen Andrew Holness with that town hall meeting and persons talking about unexpungible crime, right? Now, the fact of the matter that this government, right, try to hinder certain processes from getting into the court system. Because if it goes into the court system, conviction is possible to follow. So without any further ado, let me just show this. Here it is.
Okay, again, welcome. Let me just share.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So naked departure, save the children. When you have certain allegation, right, we have to make the effort in saving the children. Jamaica naked departure in bracket Robert Montague. A woman has alleged that Robert Montague raped her. Since the arrest and charge of Moravian Minister Rupert Clark, advocates have taken to social media to bring light to the instances of rape, molestation, and crimes against children in Jamaica. Emails have been sent to the spiritual heads of the Moravian Church outlining rapes done by the now resigned president and vice president of the Jamaica branch of the Moravian Church, Paul Gardner and Jermaine Gibson, respectively. A social media campaign that started earlier this year, dubbed, has been calling for survivors of rape, molestation to say the name of their perpetrators, as far too long victims have had to suffer in silence because more consideration has been given to the perpetrators than the woman who cried foul. One such name that has been called is that of Jamaica Labour Party minister. Let me read that again. One such name that has been called is that of Jamaica Labour Party minister Robert Montague. The Downer Yard community received a signed affidavit. People, listen. A signed affidavit making claims that Robert Montague, a prominent politician, is one such perpetrator. The name, Stacey and Thompson, now 23 and living in the United Kingdom, writes that Robert Montague raped her as a child. She states that since age 13, this girl could be this man's granddaughter. He has raped her numerous times and it only ended when she was 18. Take that away. Let us stop. So when we are here on Mystic Sensation, we come with documentary source where we make reference. So Mystic Sensation is not spreading propaganda. Mystic Sensation is making a reference from a particular source. Now, Andrew Holness, as the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, having someone with an allegation like this centers around him, how do you deal with transparency, right? And have an understanding of the victim, that the victim is hurt. The victim is hurt. And so then, should we say what effort Andrew Holness utilized to have transparency and balance as it relates to this allegation? Don't you think that Robert Montague should step aside and await that if such accusation, right, that has been filtered with an affidavit stated Robert Montague should have been given the time, and we allowed for due process. We respect due process. That a man is innocent until proven guilty. But likewise, let me say this to you, Andrew Holness, in terms of what you are doing, even with the 6 members of parliament. Let me tell you this, that when you have justice delayed, it's also mean justice denied. And so then how you balance due diligence in terms of course, a man is innocent until proven guilty. However, one should allow the investigation process to be unhindered. And so then, as it relates to his office, I think he should step aside and all parties should be given the opportunity to be heard and to be processed. And if an investigation propels and it should go to the judiciary as it relates to for the trial process, then let the judiciary make a determination whether or not this man is innocent or this man is guilty. But to utilize efforts in terms of not wanting it venture into the judiciary, right? By using the powers that be, it's unfair. It's unfair, right? So then I am leaving this, that justice delayed is also justice denied. And we are to balance due diligence with such. Bear in mind that justice delayed, justice denied. Now, let us, since we see that the Prime Minister had gone to a town meeting and testing his ratings to see if he still have the love of the people, or the people will be giving him a second chance. I know what he had experienced, right? What we have seen, and then subjectively from me, I think he's not satisfied in terms of what he had got. So then let me go on the PNP side of things with that energy, right? So we will now play this clip. So stand by for this clip coming up. And Jeopardy, people stand by. We're going to have Jeopardy tonight, man. Don't worry yourself.
Was that town hall meeting? Yes, Dwayne, it was yesterday.
Yesterday,
it was live yesterday. Again, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Let me just share the screen. One second. Okay.
In the meantime, at a divisional conference in Manchester last night, the People's National Party blasted the government for the ongoing teacher crisis. Kalisha Williams has that story.
A warm welcome for former MP KD Knight at the Manchester High School on Sunday. And Mr. Knight did not mince words when he was called to the microphone. Up first, the current state of affairs in the island.
Jamaica is in a similar position as Babylon. And so I am changing the name of the Prime Minister from Grover to Nebuchadnezzar.
Mr. Knight went further to put things into perspective, touching on the pay gap between teachers and politicians.
I have nothing against politicians being paid properly. I am for it, but you can't give yourself that kind of increase one time. When people like Peter Gay get up 5 days a week, come to work, as a teacher, as an educator, as a community worker, and she cannot feel comfortable at the end of the month.
For teacher and PNP MP candidate for Northeastern Manchester, Ethne Miller, the issues affecting teachers are personal. She said she expected a mass migration of teachers leading up to the September 2023 school year since the public sector salary negotiations started with the government.
I heard a quiet talk from the teachers of this country. The teachers said, we don't have to say nothing more at this time because come September morning, we will see exactly what the teachers were saying.
And she has predicted that things could get worse come September.
I want the Prime Minister and the government and the Minister of Education to realize that every chicken is going to come home to roost. Yeah. And as a teacher and an educator for over 20 plus years, I can only imagine what Comrade Peter Gay as a principal is going through.
There have been dozens of teacher vacancies over the past few weeks. However, the Education Ministry has been downplaying claims that the country is on the brink of a teacher migration crisis. Kalisha Williams, TVJ News.
Take it away. Jamaica. Let me say this. Now, Ganja Mena, input controller, conversion, transporter, structure, sensor, and output. We need the functionality of an intelligent system to revamp Jamaica. I so agree with you, Mania. Trust me. Now, Jamaica, let me say this to you. Our education system is vital plus vital plus vital plus vital. Why our education system is vital? Our education system is the source of bringing technocrats, the source of bringing critical thinkers, the source of bringing and moving a nation forward. And so then when you have a government, that not only deprive our education system, particularly where our skill set, our teachers are concerned, a livable income. And as a result of that, we're not only teachers, but every single Jamaican facing the type of inflation, and where 5% of that goes to corruption, project overrun, illegal awarding of contracts, NHT money taken out, going into SSL, and we see the corruption. And as a result, it's on inflation. In extension, we have seen for teachers to survive, they have to escape an economy, a country that doesn't care for them. When you have the government who decided that they are the ones that are important and no one else is important, and so they need 200 and 300% rate. But the teachers who are doing the hard work, the teachers, where all faculties spring from, being undermined, pressured, and forced to accept a salary. Take it or leave it. And so then, of course, this is how the teachers respond. Can you blame them? Teachers who are seeking upward mobility, livable income to fund for their families. But in Jamaica, that has been ripped away from them. So then what we see a government, this particular government, and let me say something to Jamaica. Let me remove my glasses here. People's National Party, and let me talk it plain. In the history of any investigation that you want to do, Google. And I don't want the GLP, you understand? We're talking about nation building. Run up in my chat box, right? And speak all sort of nonsense without evidence. So I'm asking you now, utilize all the search engine that you can use. People's National Party has never had any allegation as it relates to crippling our education system. Never in the history of the politics. Never. Never in the history of the politics you have seen a People's National Party member of parliament go through the judiciary and sentence convicted. Never. But you have seen it from the Jamaica Labour Party. What does it tell you about the Jamaica Labour Party? What does it tell you about the interest that they have? They know very well to build a nation, to move forward with a nation, that nation has to be educated to make the right decisions. But in the history, where they want to search, stop the tick-tocking and search the search engine you want to search in history. It has never happened before. Not one People's National Party member of parliament attacked our education system. Our education system has been attacked in the 1950s. Twice in the 1950s. And where persons have been found guilty and sentenced. What this tell you? What this tell you, people? We have seen rural Reed in recent time have crippled the system. Crippled the system. Let me ask Jamaica, let me ask the world, do you see the effort of the government wanting to punish Uriel Reid? Do you see that? Do you see that? Huh? You see the obstacles being utilized, the delayed tactics being utilized by this government not to have him punished. Then tell me how Jamaica Labour Party is building a better nation. When you cripple and damage our education system. So we are going to read from the Gleaner, and then we are going to discuss this. Teachers' resignation rise to 854 so far this year.
Okay, again, welcome, guys. Happy Friday. Okay. Here we go.
The Gleaner. Teachers' resignations rise to 854 so far this year. With less than a week before school reopens, Minister of Education and Youth, Fayval Williams, has indicated that 854 teachers have resigned from the public sector between January and September this year. She made the disclosure at a post-cabinet press briefing on Wednesday, where she outlined that the ministry received a significant number of those resignations after the August pay cycle ended on Friday. Yeah, man, the teacher leave it to know. When they get them pay, them deal with what them for deal with. Up to August 16, the ministry had reported 427 resignations ahead of the school year, obviously getting notice here a few days before school opens. I can fully understand the uncertainty of our principal and boards across Jamaica, she said. However, she noted that the number of resignations represent a 44% decline compared to the 1,538 teachers who resigned from the public school system for the similar period last year. I don't know why she's making that comparison. The fact of the matter, people leaving in droves. All right. She also shared that a number of those positions have since been filled. So I don't know why she's comparing with that foolish statistics. The problem is teachers are leaving. While stressing that Section 54 of the Education Regulations of 1980 requires teachers who are permanent in the system to give 3 months notice, and of those who all temporary, acting or provisional positions to give 1 month notice. She described the age-old practice of teachers resigning without notice as unprofessional. You can talk where you want to talk, right? The teacher need livable income. So you can go and talk where you talk. You have your livable income. She said that the ministry has been proactive in providing strategies for schools to utilize in their recruitment processes. This included pre-approval given to boards to make early recruitment decisions, which may involve engaging part-time, retired and pre-trained graduate teachers and final year student teachers. She said schools could also take the decision to redeploy, right? Underutilized staff, merge small classes, use the block timetable approach, and increase the use of information and communication technology in the classroom. Put this away. Let me just talk to the people, because I'm going to start to read that. Now, people, let me talk to you. The fact of the matter, what we have here, and their little so-called small alternative, what they have that makes no sense or give no benefit to our education system. We have properly trained and professional, experienced teachers who are leaving our school system. So when we look, we see the wealth of knowledge escaping us. The persons who have the technical skills, right, to bring our students up to a particular level, they are leaving. So what is the fix? What is the fix? To get some people inexperienced, and I'm not even going to call them teachers, to patch a gap. To patch a gap. So this is a patch a gap government. But we don't campaign with that. We can't campaign with that. Patch a gap government.
Stop a gap government.
Look here. We don't campaign with that. Stop a gap government. I want stop a gap government this. So then, what is going to happen to our education system for, you talk about September, the next years to come? What is going to happen? Because the experienced teachers and the caliber teachers that we have, they are leaving. Look how many look how many students are failing maths. Look how much of our students are failing maths because you have what now? PE teacher teaching maths. This is a joke. PE, physical education teacher teaching maths. This is a joke. It goes to show you, right? The government without strategy, the government without policy. Put up that again. Right? It's teachers that need to pay bills. Of course, ganja mania. Right? You are going to decide that you are going to take 200% raise. The fuck of the matter, the real problem here. The real problem is a government that is selfish. And let me say it, and I'm not going to hesitate in saying it. A government that is selfish and criminal in their deeds. Taking unto themselves, in spite of the inflation that the Jamaican people are facing, in spite of the inflation. And where the government is coming out and talking about fiscal discipline in reducing the debt per GDP ratio. Let me ask him a question. Or who make the sacrifice? Or who tighten the belt? Not the ordinary Jamaican people. We have gone through the process of wage freeze for far so long, for fiscal discipline to be maintained, and you come and boast about it. You don't have no time to maintain fiscal discipline, Andrew Holness. Did you tighten your belt?
I'm still collecting my allowance and salary.
No, did you tighten your belt? Let me ask if you tighten your belt. But go ask you a question and ask me if no ask if you tighten your belt. How much you put into SSL? More ask if you tighten your belt. How much you put in SSL? And how much you get out of SSL? You understand? Now, I mean, where SSL crush, it seems like only your account, right? Done well. So you need to tell us how that happened, right? In the height of COVID, when you are telling people to maintain discipline, you decided to close your account. Huh? Now, what we are having in Jamaica now a brain drain society as a result of this government policy. And now you keep town hall meeting, asking people to give you a second chance. You sick out of your head. You and Edmund Bartlett sick out of your head. You and Greybeard Mackenzie sick out of your head. You understand? Because we need Greybeard Mackenzie to explain some things to you. We need Greybeard Mackenzie to explain some things too. You understand? Because during certain period of time frame, when his salary is X, right? We know that Desmond Mackenzie live in a mansion too, you know. So all these atrocities that you do to Jamaica, that you have done to Jamaica, you people need to answer for as it relates to the allegation. So then, we are going to move and I'm going to show Jamaica something as it relates to the corruption that continues. And people, I am very serious when we talk about this government and the level of corruption. And this government breaching the rules and regulation of the Constitution. Now, I have seen where people, other bloggers have shown as it relates to a robbery incident that continues to plague Jamaica, as it relates to the Beryllium security. I'm going to speak on it. And people, let me tell you why I'm going to speak on it. This Beryllium series of robberies exposed something. And I'm going to show you what it exposed. I am showing you the extension of the private sector, some agents of the private sector of Jamaica, right, seems to be in bed with the government. And where some members of the government, right, refuse to look on them continue to break the law and allow them to break the law. So this Beryllium thing that I'm going to touch, I'm going to show you the affiliation between some members of the PSOJ and the alliance that they have with some members of the government, and which they have been exposed into the attempt to defraud the Jamaican people. Let me repeat that. I am going to go through a process showing you as it relates to the Beryllium situation, where you have members of the PSOJ and members within the government in alliance with an attempt to defraud Jamaican people. Without any further ado, Kenneth Benjamin, persons who own Guardsman, came out and sold something to the public that he doesn't have. Sold a lie to the public. Not only that he sold a lie to the public, but he deceived his clients. Bitterly deceived his clients. Telling them and advertising of a particular capability that he simply didn't have. So then, without any further ado, let me show you what Kenneth Benjamin advertised and went to tell it amongst members of the government. You're going to see them there. This is no joke. This is no joke. So without any further ado, let us play what is on display. An attempt to defraud the clients. And in extension, if the Jamaican government did buy into that, the Jamaican government would have been defrauded as well. And what happened to Kenneth Benjamin? Nothing. They act as if nothing happened. So let me play it and show you people.
Again, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate. Sorry, everyone.
One metaverse launch.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna play the highlights.
Guardsman has always been and always will be the company that thinks outside of the box. We have always listened carefully to what our clients require, and we have found a way to deliver. For us to deliver more seamless, intelligent, and powerful security solutions to deal with crime in our island nation, as the leader of the largest security company in Jamaica, and along with our nation's security forces, can play a critical role in diminishing crime in Jamaica, sir.
We want to make sure that when you hire guardsmen for any services, we must add value. The technology world is changing, and it's changing fast and furious. We intend to be, and listen to me carefully, we intend to be the largest security technology provider in the Caribbean.
How can we do this? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to introduce you to Synergy. Synergy is our new bespoke product. It is our integrated solution that blends the use of smart technology and the use of well-trained manpower. May consist of AI cameras at the perimeter, license plate recognition at the entry, facial recognition at the staff entry, video verification for the client, an electronic or fire alarm, the ability to dispatch the very nearest asset to a problem, a drone to do aerial surveillance at night, the broadband network that you need to keep everything running smoothly, and on top of that, a security operations center who can see everything happening on the ground by having all of your cameras, all of your access control, all of your burglary, your fire, and your response team in one place.
I wish to add at this time my own congratulations to Ken and his team for continuing to bring cutting-edge pioneering and security technology solutions to the people of Jamaica and to the wider region.
Is truly mind-blowing. And what came to mind, DPM and Minister of National Security, with all this infrastructure and all this investment in infrastructure, why would the government need to duplicate this?
I think what we're witnessing here, which is mind-blowing really and incredibly impressive, reflects the scale that you have been able to build over those 45 years. And I think that is going to give you a tremendous competitive advantage as you move into this new dimension of security.
Enter the Guardsman Metaverse, a new dimension of security.
The dimension, it will be out there in the outer space.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now you have heard about the AI intelligence, censored camera, where they can see through buildings, right? Where they can be, the system makes them be proactive, right? In respond, right? To any threat against the system. They have air drones where they can monitor from the air and see as it relates to aerial surveillance, that technology, right, that can capture all the data that need to be captured. And when you see all of that marketing strategy that Benjamin had sold to his clients, and then for the government to buy into it and possibly taken from the treasury millions of dollars that would have aided into this system from the Jamaica taxpayers. Millions of dollars that would possibly be taken. Now, this is where the reality hits home and where we are now realizing that what he had sold is nothing but a barefoot lie. People, without any further ado, look at this other clip and where they had series of robberies. And you are going to tell me that if you have this technology, particularly where air surveillance is concerned, as it relates to those drones, you allow yourself to be robbed on so many occasions, right? So without any further ado, listen to this. Let us play this. Suspect held to one.
Okay, guys, just.
JBN keep you informed. I'm Michelle Jones, and in the news, suspect held. 2 bank employees being questioned following Beryllium robbery in Mandeville. Please remember to subscribe, like, share, leave us a comment, and click the notification bell to receive our daily news items. Police have held a suspect in Friday's robbery of a Beryllium Limited security team at a Scotia Bank in Mandeville, Manchester. According to police, the suspect was traveling in a black Toyota Wish motor car, which was intercepted about 1:30 a.m. on Saturday. The vehicle was intercepted along the 4 Parts Main Road in Clarendon in the vicinity of Sunset Boulevard. 1 9mm magazine, 1 M16, 2 AK-47 rounds, and a ski mask were reportedly recovered from the vehicle. It is understood that the vehicle, which bore mismatched registration plates, belongs to a man of a Portmore, St. Catherine address. Meanwhile, 5 people are being questioned in connection with the heist. 2 are said to be employees of the bank, while the others are attached to the courier company. According to investigators, one of the alleged gunmen has been identified as a former security guard attached to Beryllium. A total of 6 bystanders were shot and wounded during Friday afternoon's attack on the Beryllium security team at Scotiabank's Ward Avenue location in Mandeville. Reports are that sometime after 5 p.m., gunmen armed with high-powered weapons attacked the Beryllium security team. One of the guards reportedly challenged the men. The guards retreated, and the robbers made off with 2 bags containing an undetermined sum of cash. It is not yet known how much money they escaped with. A policeman who was nearby challenged the men as they made their escape. According to sources, at least 4 gunmen were involved in the attack. Video footage gone viral on social media shows 2 men armed with high-powered weapons making their escape with bags presumably containing cash.
Bird, I told we never come. Yeah, this is what me think I have car. Merwin, I told we never come. You think I like me? Let me answer this. What you know that? Merwin, good money this time.
Okay. So people, when we look on this, right, we have not seen any form of proper planning from Beryllium in terms of protecting their own. We have not seen any air surveillance relating to drones, knowing to the fact that Beryllium knew very well that they are under attack. They've already experienced 3 robberies, right? And still, no proper planning, right? So all of those things that Benjamin advertised, told lies about, defrauding his clients, charging them more for what he sold, and where you have members of the government is saying that he turned up the competition, right? So then, even now as we speak, no answer from Benjamin pertaining to all these issues. But I'm going to show you as it relates to the alliance that the government have with Benjamin, that have Benjamin continue to break the law. Right? Now, let us move to something else as it relates to a particular court ruling that Benjamin still denying, and the government who claim that they care act as if they don't know that Benjamin is breaking the constitutional laws. So government, let me remind you, Benjamin is breaking the constitutional laws and breaking the court ruling. The court ruled. So let me show you people what the court ruled about. And Kenneth Benjamin continue. And the government said nothing. So without any further ado, government treats security guards as employees.
Okay, let me just share that.
Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark notes the ruling last year handed down by the Supreme Court in relation to the treatment of security guards as employees and not private contractors. He says this ruling paves the way for security officers to have greater access to housing and other social benefits, upending a process that spanned decades. Naturally, he says, for this to begin, customers of security firms will have to pay more.
Customers of security guard firms will have to pay more for security guard services, and there is no way around that. The government of Jamaica has over 500 contracts for security guard services across the full range of ministries, departments, and agencies. And as the single largest procurer of security guard services, the government of Jamaica will lead by example.
The minister accepts that without an appropriate mechanism to adjust the prices and amend the contract, the sector could erupt into anarchy.
The appointment of a task force to engage over the next 100 days with security guard firms, and 100 days takes you to the end of April, with security guard firms who have contracts with the government of Jamaica with a view to amending all of these contracts in a manner that ensures that security guards who are in service to the government of Jamaica are treated as employees. The amendments to the contracts will have an effective date of the 1st of April 2023.
He notes a breach of these terms will be grounds to terminate a contract with a related security firm. Nika Lewis, CVM Live.
Okay. So now, this is it. Even although the court ruled that the security guards are not to be treated as contract workers, right, but to be treated as employees, Kenneth Benjamin, right, is forcing against that rule. Still forcing the security guards to sign contract, even after the ruling. The government is not ensuring in terms of protecting the security guard. And ask Benjamin to follow the court ruling. And so then you, Andrew, want to ask these security guards to give you a second chance? You're asking these security guards to give you a second chance after you ensure, right, that your friend continue to abuse them, right? You don't, the government is not aware that Kenneth Benjamin is still going against the court ruling. Now, in a first world country, that could never have happened. That could never have happened, right? But this government sits and allow this thing to happen, and Kenneth Benjamin continue to make it happen. It's wrong. Now, let us, Benjamin waiting on some motion detected from China. All right. Okay, so let us play this. Quickly go through. Okay.
Jacqueline Nestiel 13 TikTok.
Nothing can be done about crime. The Labour Party don't share that. We believe that there is a lot that we can do to solve crime in this country. There is a lot that we can do to bring down murders in this country. There is a lot that we can do to make you safer in your house and in public spaces.
The truth is, as I've said on many occasions, that our crime situation has evolved currently to be over and above our established capacity to address it.
Oh, no, 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 no.
My subscribers, I don't believe Andrew Honest did say that. I think the weed, it's the weed that she's smoking, right? I think it's the weed. So let us blame it on the weed, right? That wasn't Andrew speaking in the latter clip. So we are going to blame that on the weed, right? And let me just quote the figures. 2021, the crime rate, right? Murder rate, 1,400. 2022, over 1,400. And 2023, it is now projected that it is going to go over 1,400 again. No wonder why you see the Jamaica Constabulary Force statistics website is not showing the 2021 and 2022 crime stat. Andrew Holness, you have heard that from Andrew Holness, right? Okay, so we just don't blame that on the weed. Now, for my last clip that I'm going to go through, we are going to speak about Audrey Sewell. Audrey Sewell that was recently promoted to the cabinet secretary, right? And I want people to remember the name Audrey Sewell, right? I am going to give people a little piece of history as it relates to Andrew Holness. Like to have in his inner circle persons to protect him. Now, let me bring you back on a piece of history that is very important as it relates to Audrey Sewell now being the cabinet secretary. During the period 2006 to 2009, when the Ministry of Education awarding illegal contracts to Gavin, as it relates to 2008, Jamaica, Audrey Sewell was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. Let me repeat that. During the period between 2006 to 2009, particularly 2008, Audrey Sewell was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. We know that Andrew Holness was the minister. That is the period as it relates to the corruption timeline between 2006 to 2009, where Audrey Sewell was the permanent secretary. Now, the permanent secretary responsible for all the accounting affairs through the ministry. And would be one of the signatories that signed off, right? Right? Signatories. One of the signatories, right, to be signed off as it relates to allowing the payment to process. Now, Audrey Sewell would have understood that as it relates to the appropriate procurement of those contracts, and would have also understood as it relates to certain breaches that would have taken place. Right? And so then, are we to believe that Audrey Sewell did not observe these things as it relates to the period between 2006, 2009, when Andrew Holness, the Ministry of Education, awarding contract to Gavin, where Gavin and the Prime Minister, right, are directors in that particular company, including Mrs. Holness. Now, so when you look at that, let us bring forward to this document. Let us bring forward to this document. Read this. This new document.
I have to read it.
Yes. So we are going to show the Jamaican people We are going to show the Jamaican people the continuation, right, of what we call political and systematic corruption, as it relates to the thumbnail. Now, Archie Sewell is the new cabinet secretary. Rocky Mead appointed permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister. The office of the Prime Minister has confirmed the appointment of Archie Sewell as cabinet secretary. Her appointment takes effect August 1st. So she's now active. She's in the position now. Ms. Sewell is the permanent secretary in both the office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The OPM, Office of the Prime Minister, also announced the appointment of Ambassador Rocky Mead as permanent secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister and Arlene Williams as permanent secretary in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. They will also assume their new roles on August 1st. The OPM says Ambassador Mead will retain his role as ambassador for national strategic initiatives. Ambassador Mead declined the post of cabinet secretary in September last year after much public debate surrounding the constitutionality of his appointment. Take that away, honey. Now, when you look, okay, Wayne Evans, Kanju says he's going to pay the SSL workers for what? Whose money going to pay them? And why do the government have SSL payroll? Very good question, Wayne. Why would the government have SSL payroll? He must know. Can't answer that for you. Now, under the tenure people of Archie Sewell, what we have? We have 30 experienced senior directors, and technical officers resign. Some of these persons have over 20 years of experience. Why are we speaking about it? Now, these people work within the Ministry of Housing, some 10, 15, 20, you name it. And here is Andrew Holness, unpicked person from 2008, within the corruption days, now being the cabinet secretary, and decided that she is going to extend her pressure because these people want substantial raise as it relates to a livable income. Livable income. But she has a mandate to suppress. And so that, as a result of that, these people are leaving in droves, crippling an institution, the Ministry of Housing, where the wealth of knowledge from those people had departed. So then what we have now under Andrew Holness government on institution that we can call oxes, not have any form of knowledge base, Empty chairs. What we have in the education system? PE teacher teaching maths.
New graduates who need guidance are now being shoved into the class.
So then when we look at this government, what we call this government on? No, you get it wrong. Stop a gap government. So what we have, Jamaica? A stop a gap government. That this government don't have any true policies as it relates to job creation. A government who brags about unemployment goes to 4.5%. Simultaneously, the poverty rate increased to 16.9%. So, honey, what's that government we have?
Government.
More part. What's that government we have? Just stop. We take the one or two. No, serious. A government of careless failure. A government that has no policy vision. A government who don't understand that what it takes for the country to grow and reduce the debt per GDP ratio is manufacturing. Let us start now, people. Manufacturing. And here we have last week Dr. John Lennon speaking on renewable energy. But the government found a foul of that because they are not thinking that. Right? That we have to be producing. We can't make this economy solely into a service economy. We can't continue to be importing more than all we are exporting. Right? So this government lost the vision. Lost the vision. And so then we decided, as it relates to me, that we can't give this government a second chance in office, because we have seen our institutions being degraded. We have seen teachers leaving in droves. We have seen an healthcare sector in shambles. The Cornwall Regional Hospital, cost overruns over and over and over again. The health sector is a shamble.
What about the cameras for the schools?
Right? Now when we look, we see where all that the government strategizing about is ways and means how we can take some money from the taxpayers. You know what? You know what? See if we can put 16 cameras in 15 schools at a cost of $1.5 billion. Think of it. For me, who in the system, and I want people to Google it. I want people to Google it. The madness that this government only can strategize how to pilfer from the treasury. How to pilfer from the treasury. Now, when we look as it relates to flavor, want to equip schools with CCTV, 15 schools. and put in 16 cameras per school. Let us talk about it, people. At $1.5 billion. Me who know about the system. So let us break down the system in 3 categories. We have 360 degrees cameras. We have PTZ cameras that can angle to 180 degrees. And we have PVM cameras. And if people Google, I don't want to Google and tell people. Right? And where I saw a calculation as it relates to a particular vlogger, right, calculating 41,000 US dollars per camera. Now, people, listen. As it relates to that vlogger, I don't know if that information is correct. Let me say that. But when you think of 41,000 based on the calculation per camera, I can tell you that the most expensive camera at 360 degrees, if you use Amazon search engine, there's no camera that expensive. None. No camera that expensive as it relates to the 360 degrees. And they will not put a 360 degrees camera in any of the schools. They are not going to put any 360 degrees camera in any of the schools. And so then a school might be one PTZ camera that angle 180 degrees. And the rest of them are PVMs that are very cheap cameras. So all on God earth, a procurement billing process for $1.5 billion to rob the treasury. Jamaica, wake up. This is the type of government that we have. Have no policies to move the country forward in terms of nation building. Teachers are runway. Doctors are runway. Police are runway. Down to criminal are runway. You understand what I'm saying? Hope on God earth that you are going to take out a procurement process, a procurement rule process. 15 schools put in 16 cameras. Whatever cables are monitors under no circumstances. Right? That is going to take quarter of the cost, 25%. To equip those schools with PVM cameras. And I'm putting the government to task. The government need to contact me and let me at least recommend them to somebody that would save taxpayers' money, 25% of the cost. Contact me. You're a dama, but member said them pay somebody $1 billion for rights, one pay called job description, and a lie, real, and a lie. So these are the atrocities of this government, finding ways and means to rob the treasury. To rob the treasury. To rob taxpayers. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it is time now for some investigative journalists to get up and do their work. Right? You have Amazon let me tell the people, Amazon to go on, right? And you can check the most expensive cameras that relate to 360 degrees cameras. So I'm telling you, 360 degrees cameras. With high definition. How much those cameras cost? And so then, election is coming around. We have to try to get some money. You understand, for campaigning. Is that what it's about? They need to rob the treasury and put the burden on taxpayers. Who's going to pay it back? It's we, the taxpayers. $1.5 billion for 15 schools, 16 cameras. Right? It's wicked. It's vicious. That even in spite of the inflation that the people are facing, Jamaican Labour Party is putting more on the people. And then gone, then went into St. James, talking about town hall meeting and stood down in front of the people as if you are there to help them. When you give the best land, the prime lands, to your friend them, Mr. Colonel Charles, take around a whole heap of that at St. Thomas. And you want to speak about it? And when the NHT director talk about build and own land, the people that get land to be registered in their name to build upon it. Look at that.
So many years later.
When they talk about, it's not the only scheme house and so forth. The other benefits that you can get is build and own land. Okay, fine. Are the people getting the chance for their land to be registered? This government is vicious and wicked. I'm going to go sit down in front of the people. You understand, the beg vote and a beg second chance. I want to ask Andrew Holness, where is the NHT money that he puts in SSL? That is what he needs to answer. And when the people have him again, the people need to ask him that question. What happened to the NHT money and who authorized that for the NHT money to be put in SSL? Because Andrew know that SSL is a Ponzi scheme. The FSC know that SSL is a Ponzi scheme. And you take the contributors' money. You can't get the contributors in no house. Right? Because they're not qualified as it relates to the point system. But you use and marginalize them. They are not qualified. They are not qualified. But the NHT money qualified to be taken out of NHT and put into SSL. And there's no investigation for that. There's no investigation for that. There is no investigation for that. And you have the audacity to state about your keeping town hall meeting. You need to explain where the SSL money, where the NHT money is that put into SSL. And you need to also explain as it relates to the primary criminal. The primary thief is saying that Cross-Kerry told her what to say. So having to hear that. Having to hear that. What the criminal justice system is doing. As we speak, not one police officer find it necessary to question cross-screen pertaining to the information, the utterance of the primary thief, Gene and Pantan. So then, okay, DPP, follow with it. You are not going to order a serious investigation as related to where cross-carry is concerned. Well, I'm not surprised, you know. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And the entire Jamaica know why. Huh? No one seems to be asking cross-carry any question, because cross-carry quite cool and comfortable, knowing say, boy, them can't ask me no question, you know. Got them mix up, and then even worse than me. You see what I said? Yeah. And so then guess what? They cannot pressure cross-carry. Or you go pressure cross-carry. When members of parliament wrapped up and tied up and got their benefit, and now sitting on chairs telling people that they need the required points to be qualified for NHT homes. When you rig, when the NHT funds rigged, and this is what this government does, right? When they are given into neocolonialism to ensure that we stay in poverty by their greed, So the tourism cake is not being shared. Tourism cake is not being shared. Right? The tourists that come to Jamaica bypass the local areas because all inclusive capture that. Why? We don't move to reduce this all-inclusive situation in Jamaica so that the ordinary Jamaicans can be benefited. Or not good with. Because most of them back and support your political campaign. That's the truth. That's the truth. Who dare go to the hoteliers and tell them to remove the all-inclusive policy that you have? That they are. Not one of them. They are so corrupted and corroded. They can't do it. They are a sellout and disgrace to the Jamaican people. And so then, the people, the genuine people over the many years, paying into NHT, contributing into NHT, the price of the homes are out of their reach to qualified under their political corrupted point system. And that's the truth about the matter. That's the truth about the matter. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I think I burn as much fire tonight. And I know that Jeopardy is awaiting us. So without any further ado, I'm handing over to Wifey for Jeopardy. Once again, thank you for tuning in with Mystic Sensation on every Friday, where we burn the blue flames, the fire, right? Hotter than hot, right? And so then, of course, we will dig for the truth and establish accordingly. Once again, thank you for passing through. All right. Blessed love. No.
Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone who's here. Know that you could have been doing other things on your Friday, but you chose to be with us. So, of course, as usual, we do not take it for granted. And Baron, thank you again for such a wonderful and insightful discussion as usual. And thank you to everyone.
Well, thank you, wifey, to always be that co-pilot that give me the appropriate coordinates so we can fly safely.
Thank you to everyone in the chat who participated in the discussion. Thanks to everyone at home who's watching. Thank you to our silent supporters. Really appreciate each and everyone. And also thank you to all the new subscribers, those who have recently joined Mystic Sensation over the past month or so. We've gotten quite a number of new persons joining in. Really appreciate each and everyone for the love and support that they're showing. Thank you to those who I know the numbers streaming across the screen, but persons do not call in during the live. They call us after or message us after. We really appreciate each and everyone who does that as well, because we love to hear from you. As you notice, we go through everybody's comment. Hopefully we can keep that up. If the numbers get out of hand, we'll have to try to find some way to keep up with it. But everybody's comment is very important to us, so we can have an idea what you're thinking and stuff. So Joan is saying, have a blessed night, everyone. Okay, Joan, have a blessed night. Thank you so much. Mr. Wright, welcome.
Bless up.
Partly welcome. It's a rotten hair in a rotten body. That's what this government represents. Okay. Grace is saying, have a good night, everyone. Blessings. Have a safe journey home. Grace, she's been with us. I think she's finished work now, so she's gonna be traveling home. So travel safely. Really appreciate the support.
Exactly. And Millicent said, each one support, one unity. Exactly, Millicent. Love that.
Okay, guys. So we are going to get into Jeopardy. So I am just going to share the template. So remember, we are vying for credit. Please, guys, bear with me. My eyes are not that good right now. I'm awaiting my glasses, so that's why Baron has been doing most of the reading. I tear up, and that's why I'm not really putting math. I mix up the 6 and the 8s now. I don't see them clearly depending on the print. So Marvia is saying, have a good night. Okay. Have a good night, Marvia. Thank you so much for joining in. So I'm gonna go ahead and share the template. So again, we are vying for credits, $1,000 Digicel or flow to the person with the most points, and then at $500 for 4 runners up, $500 Digicel or flow. Oops. Okay. $500 Digicel or flow to 4 runners up. So remember, the question is in the form of a statement, and you're going to answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a person, who is, and then the answer. If it's the name of a thing, then it's what is, and then the answer. Let me just... That's it, guys. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, to start, okay, Pamela, welcome, saying thank you for speaking truth to power. Welcome.
Thank you, Pamela.
Happy Friday, saying good night, Hunting family. Hope your week was amazing. Thank you so much, Empress. Hope yours was amazing as well. So Daniel is saying Jamaican food for 300. So let's see what's behind Jamaican food. The national dish. The national dish. Pass the paper. It's right under the book. I put it on top. and then a pen. From the container, please. All right, let me.
Right on the national dish, 50 mackerel rice.
All right. So I see the answer that
I like that joke.
All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. So the answer is what is ackee and saltfish. So everyone should have run out on that one.
But no, but to be honest, how much people can buy it?
All right, this pen not working. Another pen.
Yeah. So then, how that now be the national dish?
All right, let's see.
Hey, come on, I agree, man. All right.
Saltfish very expensive. When I grew up, you use saltfish for shingle. Oh, stop! You can't do that anymore.
I know everybody has the luxury to get it free, ackee free.
Oh my God. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Is that you? Oh, it's me. One sec, guys. Hello, good night. No, you didn't.
We're on our live.
Yes, we are. You want us to turn up the volume so that they can hear you, or you just want to talk to us? You want everybody to hear? Hold on. Okay, go again. Hold on.
In New York. My name is Wayne. Please do not let this Prime Minister Nigel intimidate you for you to pay no $15 million to no SSL people. Take out the money out of the bank. He cannot force you to do that because he said that he will not bail them out, and then now they go back on their words. That is not nice. What happened to the people then? House that he bulldozer down and promised to build houses for people. Look at the people them who get burnt out in Greville Park. One lady's living under for a tent. They cook it in cheese pan. She said that they cook it in cheese pan and they have to sleep under a tent, not even bed. And you want Jamaican people to pay SSL tax, the tax money that people work and get in to pay SSL? No, if the resident only need to get up and march, only need to now our eyes are open to see what this government is doing. Only need to get up. We have 14 parishes. All those, most of the social media bloggers, they need to go out to and demonstrate. They only come on social media and blah their mouth and not doing nothing. They need to go to the citizens of Jamaica and hold a demonstration, a peaceful demonstration, and tell that we are not going to pay. That is not fair to you. It is not fair. If I was there, I would have run that demonstration. And Juan and Nigel need to go back and talk. And Mark Golden, if you just sit down and don't say nothing. President, do not vote. When election come, do not vote. For now, Labour right MP, nobody. Every one of you guys stay in your house. Because Mark Golden need to come out and address this. He shouldn't even wait till tomorrow. He should address it right away. Same day it come out. Residents, I'm telling you this. Do not vote. If Mark Golden do not come out and address this. Do not vote. All of you residents stays in your house. When election comes, anyone election come, do not vote because this is not fair to you guys. When you can't even find money to buy food, how you gonna pay use taxpayer $15 million to pay SSL workers? What happened to the money that they stole? It is not fair.
Okay.
It is not fair.
All right, caller. We heard you as it relates to your concerns, and of course your concerns are genuine. I do take a parallel opinion where you stand, right? Because I don't believe that taxpayers are to be paying as it relates to what being mentioned. But to be honest, I have not get a chance to review that information. So then, of course, as soon as I review that information, I will speak on it. And I think that I believe that that is something that Mark Golding will address. I don't believe that Mark Golding is going to run away from the responsibility, right, where that is concerned. Faulkner said, let's be fair, it's Mark Golding who asks about update on SSL, which is true, Carl, right? Because Mark Golding asked for that update. So I think that that is going to be addressed by Mark Golding, certainly. And what we want to, exactly, what we want to tell the caller, tell Jamaica, that of course we need to vote, right, for the People's National Party to make sure so we see the back of the Jamaica Labour Party. So, we understand that because we see what this current government is doing. And as I said, Carla, I really understand your plight, right? It is unbelievable, Carla, I will say that. You understand, for them to even have that thought, what sense to want to, yeah, it's very wicked. Yeah, it's
because we still have property and houses and still have family out there.
yeah, but I'm going to go on the side in terms of galvanizing, you understand, to vote for Mark Golding, because if we don't vote for Mark Golding, we will have, of course, a repeat of Andrew Holness. And I know you don't want that, Carla. Do you want that?
If you don't vote, then you will stay in by default. So you have to vote.
All right.
You have to vote, because if you don't vote, he will be staying there.
Get back our cement company, get back our backside, get back everything that you guys sell out, and open Brazil factories, open more places, build more factories that people can get jobs. You can do that.
Yeah, 100%.
You can go and get money. You can ask other countries to help. They will help.
Yeah, what?
Like you want to help Haiti, and you're not taking care of the people in Jamaica, and you want to go to Haiti and help Haiti, and you can't take care of your backyard. That's
all right.
Foolishness.
Once again, Carla, we.
I would love for him to come on your program. I would love for him to come on your program, and then I call in because there's question that I want to ask him and Nigel.
Yes, we are going to have that. We are going to have that, but
please, if you can do it, please.
Okay, but
I listen to your guys' program.
All right.
I listen to your guys' program every Friday.
All right.
Even if I'm at work or home, wherever I make sure that your guys' program don't miss me.
All right, we do appreciate that. We thank you so much, right? And we understand your plight, right? So take care.
Sir.
Blessings.
All right, good night. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So remember that I know he's upset, but we have to vote. If we don't vote, Andrew is gonna stay in there by default. So people have to go out and vote and vote in your numbers. Those who are shut in and can't go out by themselves, as long as they are eligible to vote, find ways and means to get them out to vote. Vote, vote, vote. That's the only way to get him out. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Welcome, Janet. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate you being here. Go back up a bit. Sorry. All right, so that's the last one there. What you looking for? There's an extra pen over. That one isn't working. Okay. That's why I gave it back to you. It's not working. Okay. Okay, first on the board with the correct response is Empress, and that is for 300 points. So Empress, choose the next category, and for how many points?
Empress for 300 points.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
After Empress, we have Daniel. Daniel, that's the Empress. Ray, Faulkner. Corrected that, we know it was a typo. Then Julian, and that's the order in which they came. Right, so she's saying food for 200. Sweet yellow fruit shaped like a kidney. Name the fruit. Sweet yellow fruit shaped like a kidney. Sweet yellow fruit shaped like a kidney. That's your final answer? Yes, sir. Is that your final answer? Sweet yellow fruit shaped like a kidney. Well, I don't see the answer that I'm looking for yet. Sweet yellow fruit looking like a kidney. Some of them can be green as well and still ripe. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Welcome, Verona. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. And it is what?
Blessing,
mango.
Verona.
Mango. What is mango? And that's for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Yeah. Verona, first on the board with the correct response is Verona, and that's for 200 points. Then Empress.
Oh, Verona on the board.
Verona on the board, then Daniel. All right, so Verona, choose the next category, and for how many points? No frogs, you know, see Verona on the board. Yes, Verona, jump up on the board. President said mango. Which mango? Stringy. Yes, the stringy look like kidney for real. And East Indian number 11. Yeah, East Indian. All right, Verona is saying food for 100. This is eaten in the morning in a bowl. This is eaten in the morning in a bowl. Remember, this is Jamaican food. This is eaten in the morning in a bowl. Jamaican food. Not North American morning food in a bowl. Jamaican food. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Remember, the operative words are Jamaican food. What is porridge? Porridge is what we have in a bowl, not cereal. That is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So, first on the board with the correct response is drum roll or glass roll. Tiffany. 100 points for Tiffany. Then Daniel, Truck Life, Verona, it's typo there, Mixin, Empress, Curiosity, so what is soup? Partner, Tiffany, Ray. All right, and that's all the answers came in. So Tiffany, choose the next category and for how many points? Empress, move up, I don't understand how you can't grace the board. Marketing of Jamaica for 100. The name of the organization responsible for the marketing of Jamaica. Name the organization responsible for the marketing of Jamaica. Everybody run out, skip out, roll out, jump out, but don't crawl out, or it's going to get left behind. Marketing of Jamaica for enjoyment and festivities and all right, I see the answer that I am looking for. What is JTB or Jamaica Tourist Board? All right, that is let's see. All right. Let's see who first. Move us not come too close because I don't want nobody accuse me of allowing you to cheat. So please keep your distance. Move us back up.
Truck Life, see me already. Yeah.
Okay, so Jam Pro, let me see. Mixing.
What? I'm
the board with the correct response is Mixing, and that is
right.
100 points. Then Empress. Remember, we don't mark for spelling because sometimes the keyboard mess you up.
I just remove it and him get it.
Okay. And then Partner.
Move at the back.
Move at fit. Move a metal so the move can't end. Wait, where's Ricardo? Ricardo fell asleep. Mixing is marketing for 200. Marketing for 200. The Minister of Tourism. Everybody run out.
But not for sale first. But not for sale first. School man.
If you don't see no puppy job, they're not right.
Yeah, and you see now you put yourself in a problem because other people name have the same last name too.
Exactly. No, we don't
All right. So everybody know the answer to that. So let's see who first came out. Who is Edmund Bartlett? And that is 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right. You see? No, man. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life. Because Mixon did not put the first name, and you have other people with this with that last name. So then Empress, okay, we go back on. Then Tiffany, Truck Life.
What's the point?
Janet, 200.
Okay.
Corona didn't put the first name.
Okay, so the score as it is: Moffat, Tiffany, 100 points. Truck Life, Verona, 200 points. Empress, 300 points.
Tiffany said Moffat must be spectator because they're going to hear the question before them. Because, the delay, there's a delay with the broadcast. Okay. And then Fortner. So Tiff, who that? I say, oh my God, I'm not confused myself now.
That's Truck Life.
Truck Life.
Yes.
Choose the next category and for how many points? Truck Life say I put what is. Wait then. Go back up. Somebody contesting.
You said Truck Life, so what is?
Oh yes, he put what is it supposed to be who is.
Whoa.
So guess what? It would be mixing, but no, because mixing, there's a delay in the broadcast. Right? So he definitely is gonna hear it before them. So make me say it to you, Tiffany.
So who's the third?
All right, so let me just go down. Thanks for pointing out that Truck Life. I didn't even realize that is what is there. I have Empress.
So Empress
is the person who got 200 points.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out. It's a pain.
So let me read the score again.
Whatever you do,
who got that?
Empress.
No, Umi said you get it first.
It was Truck Life, but he
200 points.
Yeah, so
okay.
So asterisk him and then.
All right. So the score as it is: Moffat on 100 points, Tiffany 100 points, Verona 200 points, Empress on 500 points. So Empress won that by default.
Even if you're not in jail, you don't need any credit. So she's saying music for 200. See. Music for 200. Literally, Judy Mott, Marcia Griffiths. Name the group that these singers are formed back in the day. Name the group. Rita Marley, Judy Mott, Marcia Griffiths. And I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am not going to delay. What is the I3s? Bob Marley's renowned backup singers, the I3s, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
I bet it's a Ricardo here, your mouth. Yeah.
So you can play for fun, but you're so called Empress.
But I was in
first on the board with the correct response is Empress.
Much?
Hmm?
Which points?
200.
200 points again?
Yeah, 200 points
Okay.
for that one.
So Empress can
With the I3. Sorry, I did it again. Name of the group.
Name of the group.
It's
the
the group.
So
it's the group is what is. So it's supposed to be what
name of the
is.
group.
So it's a group. What is? So ignore my who there. It's supposed to be what is because the group is a thing.
Yeah.
Comprised of people. So yeah, what is I3? Then Janet, Danielle, Ray says who what are who's the I3? Verona, Sharon, Tiffany, partner, Uriel.
Janet Jones said it is me first.
Oh, Janet, refresh the chat and then you'll see the correct order in which it comes in. You're always gonna see yourself first. Once you type in the answer, you're always gonna appear first. But when you refresh the chat, then you'll see the correct order in which the answers came in. That's where always you hear me say, let me refresh.
Yes. So the score as it is, Moffat on 100 points, Tiffany 100 points, likewise, Verona 200 points, and Empress 700 points.
Partner says, I'm so done and balling. Hush, partner, the race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end.
Amen.
These people have alien Wi-Fi, Olympic fingers. All right, so Empress said music for 300. Name this person. Who is this person? Excuse me, one second.
Okay, we have seen the answer there already. Who's Jimmy Clyde? All right. So far, the answers are coming in. Oh. These people are so fast. Huh? Jimmy Cliff Full, man, a long time picture this.
So where someone look for, man can where someone doesn't stand up and perform by strap same way. Very someone.
No, them you know say the taxing and but it's so good that him just sing a piece and let the people do the rest.
Him do better than their career. Yeah?
Sound still like it.
Them hour, yeah?
Should be.
No,
I can't believe them hour living and then they yeah.
Actually, channel, that makes sense.
Me and tell you about them and them at about
Not the least, a good night, everyone. The town hall meeting was just a circus.
Exactly.
The bad stand-up comedian should have gotten some rotten eggs. Welcome, Natalie. Happy Friday. Welcome, Lance. Happy Friday. All right, so let's see.
So curious kids, it was Derek Log.
All right. So, see the answer. Who is James Chambers, aka Jimmy Cliff? So if you have Jimmy Cliff, that's fine. But his name that his mama gave him and his father's last name is James Chambers. Right, so that's for 300 points.
Curiosity Kid. Derek Morgan. But maybe she think Derek Morgan win Africa, but the Derek, you know the Derek Morgan way. We could lose.
All right, let's see. Yeah, that's where it starts. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response for 300 points is Truck Life, who is Jimmy Cliff, then Mixin, Tiffany, Jeanette, David, Ray, Faulkner, Sharon, Lions, oh, I forgot the who. What type foolishness. Julian, so that's how the answers came in. Oops. Tiffany, you accidentally hid Curiosity Kid. Let me just release that. Okay. Oh, was on in by Empress. Thanks, Empress. Okay. Okay, yeah, Empress did it already. Thanks, Empress. All right. So Truck Life is saying food for 400.
Okay, and the score as it is, Moffat and Tiffany on 100 points, Verona 200 points, Truck Life 300 points, and Empress in the lead 700 points.
All right, so food for 400. Eat it roasted, fried, or in soup. Shut down.
Eat it.
Eat it roasted, fried, or in soup. Okay, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays. What is breadfruit? So you can have it roasted, fried, or in soup. All right, so that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came with the correct answer. Let me just refresh. Chat running away. First on the board with the correct response is
Hey, but
and Tiffany, Danielle.
How many points for that?
400.
400. What?
Empress, Janet, Lion. No
Short
clue.
life. So what to Ricardo? Like
What is breadfruit? I'm gonna say Empress now. Tiffany now. What is I'm gonna say here, Mr. Baron. We're gonna have food for 500.
Okay, so the score as it is,
what is
Moffat and Tiffany 100 points, Verona 200 points, Empress and Truck Life on 700 points.
Okay, and Julian also came in with what is breadfruit. And he said, may I tell you, food for 500, so finishing off foods, what am I doing that way? A seasoning used on chicken and goat. A seasoning used on chicken and goat. A seasoning used on chicken and goat.
And goat. Isn't that not simple, no goat and chicken season?
All purpose goat and chicken season.
So kick it off when He called in. Hold on. Before I go back in to realize it came off. It's not on purpose. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. So you can curry the goat and you can curry the chicken.
Oh my goodness.
That is for 500 points.
But the curry can use what? Use on any meat, anything.
Right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oh, before I forget, him, if you are watching or when you watch this, I should have said it earlier. I read your comment regarding getting in touch with Dr. John Lennon. I had put under your comment his website. There is a contact me section where you can put your info. He knows that you want to get in touch with him, and he's looking out for your correspondence to him. So if you want, I can go underneath your comment again, or you can look under the comment, it's there, and just click on that link and it will take you to his website, and scroll all the way down and you see the contact me section, and you can just put the info in there and he will respond to you. He's looking out for your communication to him. I think since I said it so late in the live, I'm going to go under his comment and put it as well. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, first on the board with the correct response is, I'll jump over you, Empress.
Oh, okay.
So Empress, and that is for 500 points.
Whoa.
Then Tiffany, Truck Life. Sharon, jump over here.
Okay, so the score as it is, Morford and Tiffany 100 points, Verona 200 points, Short Life 700 points, Empress 1,200 points.
Okay, so Sharon also came in with Corey, Verona, Ray, Janet, Uriel, move on from the seat. Why? If I need to make Jamfed stay sleeping, I can text Ricardo though. Then Curiosity Kid also came in with Corey. All right, and that's how the answers came in. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Yes, sir. Choose the next category and for how many points? Continent for 300. Sure. In this country or continent, the River Nile meets the Mediterranean Sea. In this country or continent, the River Nile meets the Mediterranean Sea. All right, and I see the answer there.
What's this? Who got that?
Mm-hmm. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. What is Africa as a continent or Egypt as a country? So what is Africa or Egypt? So either of those two will be correct. So the first one that I see will get the points. I'm British, but you know. Truck life. What is Africa?
I know how many
Ricardo, wait.
No, Ricardo there. Ricky, you there about?
He was here earlier. And he said, I'm more fat that messy.
Okay. So much the points for truck life?
300. Then Daniel, Empress with Egypt, Tiffany, Janet, Empress, come back with Africa, Ray, oh, you added it already, Empress? Okay. Yeah, Empress can add it to Mofat. And Choka, if it said music for 100. Oh, he wasn't sleeping, he was on the road. Did you get KFC for all of us? Music for 100. Name this person. Everybody run out.
People.
Name this person. Run out, jump out, skip out, dance out. Don't crawl out or else you'll get left behind.
Left out.
Name this person.
Okay. But I don't know about
Okay, that one came up. All right, and let me see. I see the answer that I am looking for. Rich, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you. Verona, welcome. Is she coming popping before? No. Welcome, Verona. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Taurus Riley? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
ruler.
All right, first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
All right.
That's for 100 points. Then Daniel with the keyboard, trust me. Then Empress, Janet, Partner, Sharon.
The contact between Truck Life and Empress.
Yeah, I realized it's a typo. That's why I don't mark for spelling. All right, and that's how the answers came in. And Truck Life is saying music for 400. Music for 400. The Bob Marley song that begins with one good thing about music is when it hits, you feel no pain. I didn't sing it, Baron. I only said it. And about that. Me hear you. Me know that my voice is painful to the ears. That's why I only quoted it. I didn't sing it.
No, Mr. No. Something beautiful.
The Bob Marley song that begins with one thing about music is when it hits, you feel no pain.
Sing that verse.
I mean, I know shit. What is the name of the song? Give the title of the song. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, and it is what is Trenchtown Rock? And that is for 400 points. So Trenchtown Rock. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
Time went for 300 seconds.
Oh, you managed that.
If we should have the same mixing.
Okay. I wonder, Empress, can you undo that timeout, or the timeout have to stay the period of time?
Empress, oh my God, these little.
Okay, first on the board with the correct response is Empress for 400 points.
Empress
Then
breaking the board.
Janet, Ray, Daniel,
Okay, so the score as it is, Moffat and Tiffany, 100 points. Verona, 200 points. Chuck Life, 1,100 points. Empress, 1,500 points.
let's see, partner coming, jumping back in. All right, so who's to choose now? Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, she said it's done already. Sorry about that, Fortnite was an accident. Accidentally timed you out. So Empress is saying music, so I guess she's finishing it up. Let's see. Jamaican artist known as the Queen of Reggae. Jamaican artist known as the Queen of Reggae, and it's a double point answer. So 1,000 points for the person who gets that correct. And remember, if it's the name of a person, you start with who. So, Jamaican artist known as the Queen of Reggae.
Don't touch me.
The one that had to know. Because
No, shut man. Sorry.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Partner back. Okay.
The program.
All right. Who is Marcia Griffiths? And that is for 1,000 points because it's double points. So let's see who picked up those 1,000 points.
wow.
Oh, Ricardo's still on the road. Oh no, it's like him in now.
Ricardo might eat the food.
Ricardo get it? So Ricardo first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. If it does make one big G. 1,000 points. Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Sharon, Ray, Janet, Uriel. Truck Life, so Ricardo come out strong.
I tell you.
He's saying flags for 300.
So the score as it is, Moffat and Tiffany and 100 points. Verona, 200 points. Ricardo, 1,000 points. Truck Life, 1,100 points. And Empress, 1,600 points. Good.
Okay.
Ricardo, another game now, see everybody will get sharper.
Daniel said he got like penalty. Moffat and Tiffany are going 100 points. All right, so Ricardo is in flags for 300. Trinidad and name the flag. Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, or Cuba. Name the flag. Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, or Cuba. Which one of those countries does the flag belong to? Can't put an answer with multiple choice. Right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Trinidad and Tobago. All right, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. First on the board with the correct response is Truck Life. Yeah, yeah. It's Trinidad and Tobago. You didn't have to write it all out because it was multiple choice, so that's fine. Then Daniel, Empress, Tiffany, Ricardo, Truck Life, Janet, Ray.
Score as it is: Tiffany and Moffat, 100 points. Verona, 200 points. Ricardo, 1,000 points. Short Life, 1,400 points. And Empress, 1,600 points.
Okay. All right. Tiffany was asking if we could just type A, B, and C since it's multiple choice. I guess we could do that just to save time. So there's three options, A, B, or C. Yeah, that's reasonable. All right. So who's marketing for 300? This parish is known as the cradle of tourism. This parish is known as the cradle of tourism. Parish, people, parish. And that is a double point answer. So that would be 600 points for the person who answers it correctly. This parish is the operative word, is known as the cradle of tourism. Okay, the parish. Okay, finally I see the parish. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Portland. I know if you Google it, you're going to see the town, but I said the parish. Right, so that is for 600 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, let me refresh. Okay, first on the board with the correct response. Let me just double check this. No. To go down further. Ricardo. So that's 600 points for Ricardo. What is Portland? Then Uriel. Then yeah, that's how the answers came in.
The double points?
Yes, those 600 points.
Okay.
Because it was 300. Yeah. All right. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Ricardo, flags for 500. The flag is over here, so name the country to which that flag belongs. So A, Mexico, B, Kenya, C, Canada, D, US Virgin Island. Mexico, Kenya, Canada, or US Virgin Island? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and that's for 500 points. So let's see who first, who first came in with the correct response, and it is US Virgin Islands. Right, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with that. Let me just refresh. So first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany, then Ricardo, Daniel,
and how many points
Ray,
for that?
and that is for 500 points.
Wow.
So
Tiffany
move up.
Tiffany, how going?
So the score as it is: Moffat on 100 points, Verona 200 points, Truck Life on 1,400 points, Empress and Ricardo for 1,600 points. But Empress and Ricardo tied.
All right, so who just got it? Tiffany. So okay. You want to write out everything to each his own. All right, we can't have some just letters and some typing out everything. So you have to come to an agreement.
Ricardo, go on, my brother. Don't call me name.
All right, so pay keen attention. You can write the letters, but just pay keen attention as to the options, how many options you have. All right, Tiffany saying continent for 400. So pay attention to the amount of options, but still write A, B, or C. All right, so continent 400. This continent has the most populated cities. This continent has the most populated cities. Goodness. This continent has the most populated cities, and I see the answer that I am looking for. Not the country, the continent. All right, so what is Asia? And that is for 400 points. Move along. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. It is Asia. Okay. First on the board with the correct response is Daniel with 400 points. So Daniel is on the board because it was Tokyo. Then Tiffany, Ricardo, Uriel, Janet.
That make it serious.
Ray. All right, so that's how the answers came in. All right, so Tiffany, Daniel, sorry, choose the next category and for how many points? Choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, you're getting confused, Empress, to choose continent. Remember, you have 7 continents, not the country. Daniel is saying flags for 400. Jesus. Saying flags for what? 400.
So it's an ABC thing.
All right, so you have 4 options here, A, B, C, D. So name the country to which this flag belongs. Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, or Brazil. A, Jamaica, B, Cuba, C, Haiti, or D, Brazil. Yes, the letters. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Haiti? So that is the Haitian flag. Right, and that is for 400 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, then Truck Life.
How many points?
400. Then Truck Life, Empress, Danielle, Tiffany, Uriel, Janet, Rick, and Sharon. All right, so that's all the answers came in. So choose the next category and for how many points.
Just keep the screen.
Blessings again, Sweet Escape. Thank you so much for being here still. Really appreciate it. Continents of 500, says Ricardo. This continent has the oldest human fossils, such as skeletons and skulls. The continent is also referred to as the cradle of humankind, or the cradle of civilization. The continent, people. Okay. This continent has the oldest human fossils, such as skeletons and skulls. The continent is also referred to as the cradle of humankind. Name the continent. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in, and the answer is, what is Africa? So Africa is the cradle of humankind, or the cradle of civilization. All right, so that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Flames, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Saying good night, everyone. All right, let me see. First on the board with the correct response is Sweet Escapes. So Sweet.
Escape.
For, yes, 500 points.
Wow, this wood hot, you know.
May I tell you the amount of kangaroo orange?
You see the wood hot.
Okay. Then
Sweet
Empress.
Escape, 500 points.
Then Empress, Uriel, Janet, Ricardo. Oh, didn't put what is. Oh, she didn't put what is. Sorry, Sweet. You didn't put what is. What is wrong with my eyes? I don't know what's wrong with my eyes.
Oh,
Empress.
Sweet Escape.
Sorry, it's Empress. Sorry, she didn't put what is.
Okay, so
Empress.
Empress,
Yes, for 500.
Sorry.
I just overlooked that. Then Uriel, sorry. Then Ricardo, Tiffany. Ricardo, but that's not pay, you know, man. That's oh, Jamaica, Ola, Verona. Yes, we figured out justice. You want justice, you are given justice. It's not like I was denying the person then who should get it if the initial person didn't do it correctly. So you said I'm still playing for fun. Okay, so Janet said, how are you not seeing my stuff? Wait. Yeah, I call your name, Janet. What is Africa? Yeah. And then Ricardo. Yeah, I'm seeing it, Janet. All right, so Empress is saying market for 400. This Jamaican icon is used in the marketing of Jamaica. This Jamaican icon is used in the marketing of Jamaica. Everybody run out, jump out, skip out, roll out. Miss Anna is our nimble. I wish they were at this point in time, chocolate. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for. And honestly, before it used to be him, but since this person came on the scene, it's now him that they're using to market Jamaica on the tourist, Jamaica Tourist Board, and it is Usain Bolt. So Usain Bolt is the icon that they're using to market Jamaica. And that is for 400 points. Mixing semi-stand while sleep. Not sleep mixing, my eyes not so good anymore. To go get them checked and I'm awaiting glasses. Yeah, mess up my eyes.
Yeah, that will come in 4 4
I never wanted to know, but I had to go, but I'm waiting on them to do the prescription and stuff.
I got pity, man. No worries.
Trust me, I'm not sure that go weird.
There's a thing that I'm a nerd about glasses. The Superman.
Let's see who first came in. So Ricardo, who's Usain Bolt, then so yeah, Ricardo, who is Usain Bolt, and that is for 400 points. Ricardo, 400 points. So who's Usain Bolt?
Ricardo, 400 points.
Yeah. And then Empress also put it. All right, choose Ricky. Rest of you use some green weed.
We have one more big man out there.
Oh, Janet says she misunderstood the question. No, sorry about that. Okay, Ricardo is saying marketing for 500. The tagline used by Jamaica Tourist Board to market Jamaica, and that is a double score answer. So your overall score will be doubled and the 500 points will be added, then the points doubled. So the tagline used by Jamaica Tourist Board to market Jamaica, and it's the new tagline that I am looking for. What is the new tagline? What is so what is prosperity today? What is no problem, man? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, so the new tagline or slogan that they use, that is used by the Jamaica Tourist Board to market Jamaica is, what is Jamaica, heartbeat of the world? Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. So 500 points added to your score, and then the overall score will be doubled. So
wow,
let's see
big.
who is going to run away and take the night.
Well, if one of the big guns them take this, they don't know so they take the night. All right.
Ricardo. What is Jamaica, heartbeat of the world? And give him his 500 points,
and
please,
then,
and then double it. Everything. Wow. All right, so let's see.
What a man. What a man.
Hold on. Let me look again. No. What? Empress first. So Empress. Sorry, Empress, but I run out for me. Me first. Tone of words, man. Tell you.
So Empress get that, right?
So 500, and then you have and then you have Ricardo next. Tiffany also came in.
Okay, so you know, say Empress at the Kate the night away. All right. So the score as it is, Moffat on 100 points, Verona 200 points, Daniel 400 points, and Truck Life 1,400 points, Ricardo 2,400 points, and Empress 5,200 points.
Ricardo said, bad to bad, Empress, you couldn't leave me with the points.
Empress.
Empress, choose the next category.
Empress
For
tonight.
all the points. So if I'm not here, Tiffany point.
Huh?
Send flag for 2.
No, Tiffany 600 points.
Okay, here's the flag. Name the country. So A, Cuba. B, Nevis. C, Trinidad and Tobago. D, Bahamas. So there are 4 options there. Cuba, Nevis, Trinidad and Tobago, and Bahamas. Right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just refresh first and then display the answer. What is Cuba? And that is for 200 points. So what is Cuba? That's for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life, 200 points.
Truck Life 200 points.
Hold on. Oh, that's a choice. Yeah, it's Truck Life. 200 points. Then David, welcome, David. Happy Friday. Then Tiffany, Empress, Janet, Uriel, Ricardo, okay, Ricardo, we know what that means. Good night, everyone. All right, so choose the next category. Truck Life. And for how many points? We only have 2 categories there now. Did we choose already? Did you choose already, Truck Life? Truck Life. Oh, you want flags? Throw to a sort of Caribbean island. Name the country. A, Dominican Republic. B, Haiti. C, Jamaica. D, Martinique. I don't know if anybody colorblind. Right. So let me see who first came in with the correct response. The 4 chocolate I've chosen a chocolate I've showed a bunch of countries. All right. First on the board with the correct response is chocolate. What is Jama? All right, we know that Jamaica you're typing, so that may not play hardball. So that is for 100 points to Truck Life. Then David, Truck Life 100.
Truck
Then
Life
Empress,
100?
yeah, then Empress. Then Tiffany.
Okay.
Truck Life. Janet. No. Verona. Ray. Sharon. Janet. All right. So let me just no, sorry. Let me get rid of that. What is Jamaica? I didn't even reveal it. What is Jamaica? All right. So choose which points you want under continents. It's my hands not working tonight. Hush. So continents 100. There are this many continents. Everybody run out, jump out, skip out, dance out. There are this many continents. This is the last one that's left. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And if anybody was paying keen attention earlier when I accidentally said how many there were, and then remember, oops, there's a question that asked. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 7. There are 7 continents, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And David, 100 points.
100 points for David, right?
Mm-hmm. Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Empress, Verona, Ray, Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's just one left, so I'm just going to reveal the hottest continent on Earth. Which continent is the hottest? Which continent is the hottest? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Africa. Shucks, minimize it. Put you over there, because problem. So what is Africa? And that is for 200 points. So let's, all right, so stop sharing. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response, and this is for 200 points. Empress. What is Africa? Then Swedes, Uriel.
200 points?
Yeah, Tiffany, Ray, Sharon. And that's all the answers came in.
So is that the final question?
Yes, that's the final one. It is
okay.
Done. All right. So congratulations to everyone who participated, and to those who also made the board, and to all the winners. You all did a wonderful job. Some of these questions Were not so easy, and you all did well. So thank you so much, guys, for participating. Thank you guys for still being here. Really appreciate each and every one. Ray said, have a blessed night all. Thank you so much, Ray. You too have a wonderful weekend and rest well, and have a wonderful and productive week to come. Again, really appreciate everyone who's here.
Okay, so on the board for the 5 awardees on the board, number 5, Daniel coming in at 400 points. Number 4, Tiffany coming in at 600 points. Truck Life coming in at 3rd, 1,700 points. And second place, Ricardo, 2,400 points. And Empress take the night away, 5,400 points.
Yeah, I tell you.
Ricardo, take it.
Okay, so Empress just dropped my IG info. Okay, Sharon, thank you so much for joining in. She's saying have a blessed night, everyone.
All right.
And Sweets is saying everyone is a winner always. Bless up everyone. And then it's becoming a top 5.
Who, Daniel? Yeah.
More fats full of teeth.
Alright, so that's
it's how many bars tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jesus. David never run up on the board. No. So I can't say my 7 bars. Thank God.
So that is on top. So all the numbers are.
She said, Empress said she left a message up top.
So
okay, it was amazing discussion as always, Vernon, and big up on yourself. Safe travel on the gravel.
All right. Blessings, Empress.
846.
Oh, 846 for Empress. 846 for Empress.
Yes, sweet. Yes, oh, can I share some great news? Natalie, welcome, happy Friday. Thank you so much. It's the first time on your program. I'm so excited that I did. I respect this gentleman down to the ground that he walks on.
Thank you, Natalie.
Hopeless is just a pathological liar and a narcissistic dictator. Thank you so much for that endorsement, Natalie. We really appreciate it. And welcome. Thank you so much. We're here every Friday at 6:30 p.m. Any changes to the time, which is very rare, then we will let you know through the notification or the community or through the community chat or the community information board, whichever can term it. But yeah, the rare when work schedule cannot be readjusted. But we're here every Friday. Any change at 6:30 p.m., any changes, then we normally let you guys know.
Okay.
And Daniel, yeah, I know yours is 544.
You want me to put it, Daniel?
Yeah, I know that. It's just one number, Daniel.
And Sweets Escapes saying something there. So my son who underwent open heart.
So my son who underwent open heart surgery at Stollery in December has been miraculously discharged and heart is normal as can be. Okay.
All right, that's
so
wonderful.
Good. That is good.
That's a wonderful news.
So yeah.
That's a wonderful
Congratulations, and
news.
I hope everything continues to
Exactly.
work well
So-
for him. Your son, that means he's young.
Yes.
The story, because that's children. Oh my
Exactly.
goodness.
Yes, bitter.
I hope everything
Good news, bitter.
continues
All
on
right.
good part.
So
God is
sweet
good.
escapes, congratulations. That's a wonderful news.
So blessings,
And
blessings.
of course, our energy supporting that as well.
Big up sweets.
All
That's my
right.
birthday, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
Ricardo said, "To God be the glory." Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is
So
such
true.
good news. Oh, that's why she said she was gonna be here for some time.
Yeah.
Salaries in Edmonton?
No, she's in
Calgary.
Calgary.
Oh,
Yeah, she's in Calgary. But Stollery, the Nature Children's Hospital is here in Edmonton, Stollery Children's Hospital.
Come say you're not friend of mine since just been begging.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what's that?
Empress Byron, big up yourself, Empress,
That's a
enough
real
love,
blessing.
enough blessing.
Yeah.
Beg you too much too, chocolate.
Two chocolate. And that alone.
Ah,
Okay, Natalie. Okay, it's awesome stuff, sweet. God is
Natalie,
faithful,
we
says
don't
Empress, I'm
David.
always to shut up.
I really. Prayers and prayers with God's work and patience. Yes, Sister Sweet. Yes. Open heart surgery is not an easy surgery, and it's not the road to recovery. Yeah, it's very long, but thank God he survived.
Exactly, with the blessings of the Almighty,
And Uriel says, Shalom Alishem Meshpik, however that is, but I know he's saying something good regarding the surgery. David is saying prayer is a powerful resource that we have access to, sweets. Yes.
Exactly.
Saniki, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much.
Bless up,
for joining
Saniki.
in. And she's saying, mixing I see you in the back. Bring wifey this time.
All right.
More blessings on you, sweet, says Uriel. I'm saying hello, post. Muffat's in her answer, we're begging. Okay, she said she'll come to Edmonton and visit us all, yes.
All right, of course, that would be so nice.
That's who see best.
Sweet escape. Yeah.
But Ricardo said, cashew me a beg, me no like chocolate. Well, they're going to take you a long time to get that the chocolate or cashew.
All right.
What a cashew shaped fruit. Oh my goodness, hold on. Please stop black chocolate. Be careful what you wish for. You know, see they gone in your bed. Okay? And you come and tell me about black chocolate.
Gone in bed, boy.
You get back in. You just take up back the phone. Yes, peace be unto you and family. Okay. Empress, carry the whole of foreign come.
The chocolate type of milk.
You don't want a Canada KFC. Trust me, you don't want a Canada KFC. That is what you don't want. Everybody are putting order and see me, I tell you.
I'm in Toronto, but you
Saniki.
we did stop Toronto.
Saniki in Toronto.
We did stop at Toronto.
I want to reach there. I want to reach. We did stop here. We did stop at
Street
Toronto.
escape say, Moffat, make sure you guys taste the real maple syrup.
Really?
We got Empress.
All right, sweets.
Speaking of women,
In the community
today,
Yo, I'm saying autograph.
me and him have a good talk.
Oh, and what was the
Have
discussion?
a good talk.
So what was the discussion about? You tell.
Okay, Ricky, which color ass?
No, Warmington on his good spirit.
No, but what if one time and him have a good time?
Okay.
Like
Okay, Natalie.
You need to find a
An investigation from the Integrity Commission.
When that investigation will finish.
Huh?
So them not name the sick.
Well, you ask a very important question when that
We know if it was,
investigation is not
we know if it was on
finished.
the opposite side of the island. When I hear all of the six already, so from when I hear not you know which part the six them there.
That-
And one
yeah,
already
see,
squeal, you know, they're like when you throw a stone in a hot pen
That's
and
it.
they have
When-
ball out one
when-
who gets hit.
No, when Dalrymple
All right, Empress.
when Dalrymple turned the first page over and he sees and Dalrymple saw the sixth name, Dalrymple said, "Woo! I go up and leave." I don't know what she saw.
When she MIA.
Dalrymple MIA. She went and leave.
Be sweets. Yes, sweet. So expect to have a great time, you know?
Exactly.
Tomorrow, such man birthday, you know. Ricardo.
Oh, yeah.
AKA Oreo cheesecake for the other one again. Tomorrow is your birthday. So how you keeping it from us? Happy birthday when it comes. I hope you have
Happy birthday, bro.
Belated not tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Belated gone.
Guess what? We're not gonna see you tomorrow.
Happy birthday,
welcome, Isaac's family. Happy Friday.
God, I said it's not tomorrow.
Oreo cheese face. So we say, David, I told you an idea. It's Sunday. Well, happy birthday when it comes on Sunday.
Right.
Hope you have a wonderful Earth Strong day.
Blessings, blessings.
Baga, baga.
Oh yes, AKA Baga Baga.
AKA Baga Baga.
Oreo cheesecake and Baga Baga.
Where's Ricardo upon date making forward is so late?
Eh?
Ricardo upon date making forward is so late.
Right. Like the rhyme there.
But you know how long Ricardo's supposed to buy KFC for everybody, and we're still here waiting. Like
Mean one.
as Truck Life said, some it's still waiting on the KFC. Oh, you're accepting.
I'm accepting gifts.
Exclamation sign.
First.
Three exclamation sign that really loud.
Anyway, okay. Everyone,
Right.
stay safe and blessed always. Thanks always.
Night, guys.
Yes.
And everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate
All right.
it.
Empress, Stroke Live, Ricky, big up on yourself. Everybody, Daniel.
And we are very thankful that your son is recovering, has
Yes.
recovered, and is doing well. And
All right.
hope God continues to cover
There
him,
it is. There it
you
is.
know, and your family as well. All right, guys. So we are going to say good night
Night.
again. Thank you so much for joining us another Friday, and I will exhaust it. I know you could have been doing something else on this Friday night, but you chose to be with us. So we do not take it for granted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm gonna say have a blessed and wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful and productive week. And one love and safe travel on the gravel until next week, Friday. Be blessed.
Peace.
Stay safe.
Blessings. Blessings. All right.